Hello, everyone. Blue Star Saber here with
Sup, guys? MangaReader.
yes, MangaReader, and we're doing another discussion on the NaruSaku Top Net 10 Moments to Celebrate NaruSaku Day. This time with just MangaReader, as after a bit of a long discussion between him, we've decided what would be the top 10 moments between the two of us with what we've compared with our top moments. Let's see. Now, granted, we're going to do this a little differently. Instead of talking about our own personal top 10 moments first, this time we're going to do that last, and we're going to put the top 10 moments we agreed between the two of us. But yeah, and for those who are joining us for the first time, we are basically doing a doing a top 10 NaruSaku moments to celebrate NaruSaku Day, which was technically yesterday on the 3rd of April, but unfortunately MangaReader could not join that, so we've basically so I basically decided to split this sort of discussion into two parts, one with Finitas and NaruSaku in Kentucky on the actual day, and one with a MangaReader, so that we could get see his views, and we'll see just how different it is for each one. Let's see. So please check out both streams. And just to be a bit of self-promotion, let's see. No, oops, wrong one. I did share. That's not the right share screen.
Oops.
There we go. Share screen. You can let's see. Check out. You can check out the last one I did here. Top 10 moments with, let's see, there's part one, but I'll put that as discussion 2 later. But yeah, here's what the current stream. Hopefully those who end up watching it, enjoying it. But yeah, NaruSaku, as we know, is basically the ship that me and MangaReader support. So if you're like a diehard Naihina fan or a NaruSaku fan, this stream is not for you. Let's see, so, but yeah. But we've basically talked about how Naruto and Sakura had basically many moments. Oops, let's see. Let me just find. I can't. Ooh, I got. Let's see. Let me just remove this image here. I just need to. Let's see. Stop sharing. This moment. Remove from studio. Yep. Let's see. Share screen. Share screen. Can you see anything? Here we go.
I see it. Yeah, I see it. I don't know if anyone else. I mean, if I see it, anyone should see it at that point. That feels like it.
Let me just check. At the stage. Okay.
That feels like too many panels for the other two, but.
All right, hold on, let me just do you see? Hold on, let me just having add to stage. Okay, there we go. There we go. As we see here, NaruSaku has many interactions collage, much more than Saku and even Narahina. And arguably, I'd say a lot more positive than negative compared to the other two as well. Let's see. So yeah. So yeah, we're discussing. So out of these many moments, me and MangaReader have, after a bit of an hour-long discussion, decided which two are our top moments, basically. I mean, our top 10 moments. Let's see. We've basically put down on lists, and now we're going to give you this list. Though before we begin, I do have some comments that I have seen. One is from Power to 99, which usually is a regular that sometimes Retzi shows up on my channel to give comments. And he puts, you could give me all the water, all the earth, lightning, wind, steel release techniques from Naruto, and the ship is still not a good thing.
Oh, shit.
Let's see, and he's going like, I'm pretty sure I just like the ship more than Choji X Eno?
I'm supposed to be Eno, but yeah.
Eno. But okay, it's supposed to be Eno, but arguably he's arguably not a NaruSaku fan. Well, unfortunately for you. Let's see. All right, just on another comment. I know why I dislike the ship, but then again, Sakura was basically raised to heating Naruto. Well, I completely disagree with that statement, and frankly, I'd argue Sakura is arguably one of Naruto's, arguably biggest supporters. She may have disliked him at first, but through character development and interactions, she's come to grown to be can support Naruto, and I would argue even love him. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But anyway, but enough of that. Let's see comments. I think it's time we got to like the top 10 moments, and what have we put Etsy together as our number 10? Well, this one will probably be the most controversial one. The confession.
No, yeah, starting off right for people that aren't fans of the NaruSaku ship, you know,
Yeah,
the best one.
Yeah, arguably, this is perhaps the most controversial decision of all the NaruSaku moments we have probably put on this one, because
That's me, guys.
Yeah, because even some NaruSaku fans just don't seem to particularly like this one for the backlash. But I suppose since MangaReader has you sort of picked this one, why don't you go first on why this one could be actually a top 10?
Why it starts. I mean, it would have been higher, obviously, if it had amounted to anything. But amongst all of the more, I guess you want to say, intimate level scenes, this one really didn't end up towards a gag level, albeit it did kind of create a serious moment of sorts of in the fact that Naruto saw through it, I guess is how you want to put it, but it didn't really sway his opinion of her like everyone thought, because
It was like
further down the line, yeah.
Oh yeah, when Minato ended up asking, "Are you good as girlfriend?" He says, "Yeah, that's more or less it."
Yeah. Oh, that was basically that. And then no, I mean, from this standpoint, it's like, I mean, people, I don't know how you fake it. I mean, I understand that we're told that it was supposed to be fake, that it is fake. I just don't know how you can convey your emotions in that sense and not have it mean something. So that's why it's a top 10 for me.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, I didn't put this in my top 10. I can see why this moment could be good because, let's see, arguably, this is perhaps the most dramatic and drama moment between Naruto and Sakura. Arguably, it's their first ever proper, genuine argument where, as a result of the contents of Sasuke becoming a rogue ninja and everyone now deciding to kill him, Sakura comes to the Land of Iron and is confessing. And she says all this stuff about Naruto, which is arguably true, that Naruto's always been there and helped her, and Sasuke's only just breaking her heart and all that stuff. While arguably she's lying about not caring for Sasuke anymore, and this is arguably that it leads Naruto to reject her confession because he thinks something's off. But the way I think some people have pointed out, Sakura's visible anger at Naruto. Let's see, she seems genuinely hurt that Naruto rejected this confession to you and says, "Do you know how hard it is to confess something like this?" Let's see, because arguably, it's a difficult scene, and it's sometimes might even be hard to watch, but you can clearly see the emotion put through. And heck, I think even the voice actors like sort of put their effort into this. Heck, I think Sakura's English dub one did a very good job from what, let's see, I remember Lucky Rave, showing me. So it's a powerful scene. It's an argument. It's a sort of low point before the high point of their relationship. What should have been the high point of their relationship. But yeah, the biggest problem with this, I would say, is there was never really a follow-up where you get like Sakura admitting, or at least someone saying, Sakura, from what I can tell, everything you said about, there's only one thing you really lied about that confession, not caring about Sasuke, but you do in fact actually love Naruto. Perhaps you haven't figured out what you love it is yet, but something like that. Honestly, this confession needed a follow-up. It'll probably be much more higher on the list, and arguably, if there was a follow-up, perhaps maybe then you would have shut up all those who said that Sakura's faking his confession and all that stuff, but unfortunately that didn't happen. Instead, we got the abomination that is the last. Let's see, but yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to look at some of the comments that we have. Let's see. Well, we're chatting this power to 99, saying, okay, I'll be honest here. Most of my comments were Century, just getting things out I dislike about, let's see, the SOC. I'm not sure what that's supposed to, maybe about Sakura, perhaps, but and goes says, I know the stream isn't for me because I dislike it, the ship, I mean, but the confession, oh dear God, the confession.
Yeah.
Once someone whose name basically translates to Rhino instantly say, yeah, this is fake, you know it's wrong. And if you can't tell I'm talking about Sai.
Okay, so the elephant in the room here that I know was going to, well, I'm surprised someone even commented, but I was going to discuss that anyway, was that, yeah, I mean, obviously it wasn't in this scene, but it was what led to the scene was Sai being, well, originally at the time, obviously it would have been the author's intent to add something there. So that was Sai essentially talking through Kishimoto. Obviously now with whatever you want to call the ending, retcon to the feelings, retcon to something, poor writing for all I care, is if that's what you want to label it as. So you were talking about follow-up. I think the follow-up was actually the premises before the follow-up, basically the latter. So Sai was already hinting that there was something there. I mean, he already could tell from Naruto's standpoint, but
yeah, it's like it's obvious even to him that Naruto is in love with Sakura.
right.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, Sai has probably at this point been trying to learn and read and understand emotions, and arguably you could argue Kishimoto didn't show enough of that, so that's why some people didn't believe it. But it's clear, but we do know, but there are parts in the story where he has studied, and this was perhaps maybe Kishimoto's problem, maybe not using Sai too much, whereas he should. But Sai, of course, tells Sakura about what happened with Naruto and this Cloud Ninja. Let's see, decides to tell Sakura what happened and also admit that Naruto, does love her, and he's probably, with the whole Sasuke thing, is probably causing Naruto's problems and they need to do something about it. Granted, arguably Sakura did not do what's probably, Sai didn't expect Sakura to come out and confess like this, but he did manage to read that, figure out that she was going to try and kill Sasuke just to prevent him from causing any more harm and all that stuff. But yeah, now granted, I will admit, perhaps if Sai was perhaps used a bit more and shown a bit more of like understanding emotions, perhaps some people might buy it a bit more. And we have Space here. Hello, Space. Let's see, joining us for our top 10 NaruSaku moments. You might remember MangaReader. MangaReader, do you remember Space?
Yeah, it was from the TMT. Yep.
Yeah, and you might even remember him from some of those My Hero Academia streams towards the end. But yeah. Anyway, I think we've basically covered, number 10 fair bit. So,
well, there was one other thing that but I kind of forgot what it was.
There was one. Do you want to say it quickly, or try and remember it?
What was it? Oh yeah. Wait, no. What was it? Okay, you mentioned. Okay, Sai, yada yada. Oh yeah, her confession. Basically, it was to ease the burden for, so fake or not, it was to essentially, like, if she had gone through with her plan to kill Sasuke, it was supposed to be a means of easing Naruto's burden. So she was willing to at least take on whatever hatred Naruto would have had for her had she succeeded. That's all I was going to add to that. So that's why it's a top 10 as well, in my opinion.
She's putting Naruto's well-being above Sasuke's. Is also willing to have Naruto even dislike her for even if she is the one that kills Sasuke.
So now I know people can detract on that, but we're not here to talk about that. So
yeah, that might be for another stream. Anyway, I think it's time that we move on to like the 10th moments, which I've got. Let me just get up here. Number 9. That was number 10. Sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up. Silly me. Okay, we got spacing because it's a face-to-face session. Is that why it's 10? Because it's sort of is, but also not count. Do you want to answer that question quickly, MangaReader?
For what, the confession being 10,
Yeah,
or
because it's a fake confession. Is that why it's number 10? Because it sort of is, but also not count.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, it's only fake now because if we know where it lies now that the series is over. If
But
if it had ended differently, it probably could have been like maybe top 5. But
yeah, yeah, it's arguably the argument before the rise up and all that stuff. Like this, let's see, there should have been a proper follow up to this confession where Sakura admits that the only thing she really lied about was Sasuke, but she was true about loving Naruto. She just didn't quite figure it out yet herself, even if you will. So yeah,
fair enough. Fair
that
enough.
is. Let's see, but yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna like add to the state. Oops. Let's see.
So it counts, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's see. Anyway, the ninth. Let's see. The ninth moment is. Let's see. As you can probably tell, I don't want to see your dreams crushed. Basically, this is the moment in the tuning exams where let's see. Naruto. We get the 10th question. If you fail the 10th question, you're not only eliminated, but you cannot become. Let's see, take the exams again, meaning that Naruto can never have his dreams of Hokage if he fails this test, if you will. Sakura is thinking about this, thinking how difficult this question might be for Naruto, thinking about how Naruto's always going on about being Hokage, but in a sort of like sacrificing her own chances to become a Chunin, and as well as Sasuke's. Let's see, she decides that, okay, I'll forfeit for the team just so Naruto's dreams cannot be crushed, showing that, in a sense, she's finally starting to support Naruto's goals of becoming Hokage, if you will. That is basically, I think, the reason, let's see, why we've probably put this in number 9, unless you want to add a few more comments. Why you like this scene.
For why I like it. I mean, it was the first implication that she was willing to I mean, you might have already said it, but I guess the reason I liked it, and maybe it could have been higher, but again, just willing to sacrifice someone else. Like Sasuke has his own dream too, and she's not even thinking about him in this moment. She's just thinking about Naruto's dream of wanting to be Hokage. And as we eventually learned, I guess it doesn't matter if you rise up from Genin to Chunin to Jonin. But, I mean, that's again a Kishimoto terrible writing format type situation.
Yeah, it's like it's yeah. You at least have them joning at least, but yeah, but that might be more Studio Parrot just doing a saying. Technically, I never crept past the tuning exam, so I'm still a Genin. That might have been Studio Parrot's.
I don't know. There's been plenty of spin-off novel crap things, so who knows. But that being said, obviously, again, it's 9 for me. It could theoretically be higher, but I think I only have it at 9, and maybe that was a joint concession, or no?
Yeah, I think that might have been a joint agreement. So yeah. Anyway, I'm going to take a look at.
I was going to just add the biggest reason it's 9 for me is just because Naruto is not aware of her potentially doing this, so it's kind of more of a one-sided moment, but
yeah,
she's thinking about him, so
yeah, and it's like arguably it's going to be progress, and sometimes you need the one-side moments to develop for individual characters. But anyway, and Space says, "Oh, is this one of those moments that was removed from the anime?"
No, I think it was in there.
As far as I'm aware, it is in there, but they might have removed the blushing.
That makes sense, probably.
Yeah. And actually, I think there's actually an early scene in the beginning of the exams where Sakura's actually thinking concerned in the manga for Naruto, but in the anime, she's teasing Naruto, aha, you got a written test, kind of thing. So, honestly, one of those parrots that would see attempts of making Sakura look badder than she actually is. Let's see. And this is probably a follow-up from Power99 saying, to be honest, Naruto said, I know you're lying, which, let's see. At the very least, maybe he said that, or at least you're lying about Sasuke, but maybe that, but to be fair, he kind of says that, to be honest. Wait, go on, MangaReader.
All he said was, I hate people who lie to themselves, so...
Yeah, but yeah, so technically he did, just not in the way that you're referring to, but yeah.
Right.
I know this is going to sound weird, but the anime did Sakura better.
For the... Oh, for that confession? Probably, because again, we don't know what... manga panels aren't going to be, like, written...
they're not going to show the emotions.
Like, well, you can't hear tone in flat panel stuff.
Yeah, but if you're referring to the anime in general, to be honest, there's a lot of moments in the anime that made Sakura seem worse than she actually was. Let's see, because but yeah,
movies did her well.
Yeah. Space says the fact that Sakura didn't care about Sasuke's dream is interesting, but also kind of messed up too, because they were meant to be equal. Yet she only cares about Naruto's dream.
I guess you could argue Sasuke's dream, because he didn't really reveal much beyond I just have to kill a certain person.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot.
Yeah, Sasuke, this is probably the problem with Sasuke, is that he never really is that open up to Sakura about why he wants to do this. Let's see. I mean, she only found out about Tachi doing the time skip, it seems, when she did her own research, and like, okay, so this is the person that killed Sasuke's family, and this is his brother. Let's see. Sasuke never told Naruto or Sakura directly that the person Sasuke, when he was seemingly dying, said he needed to kill his brother, but he never went further details to that for Naruto. But yeah, let's see. He never talked about it was his own brother that murdered the clan. Naruto only found that out because, well, he counted Itachi himself during part 1. So yeah, but arguably Sakura knows more about Naruto's dream because he never shut up about it.
Right.
So that is probably why, let's see, at the very least for the time being, let's see, Naruto's go, and it's more like Naruto's dream is more, let's see, being more in jeopardy than Sasuke's right now. Because technically Sasuke doesn't really need to care about his rank, let's see, in order to kill his brother, though.
Right.
Let's see, the only thing that would have benefited him in the of possibly becoming a Chunin is that he'd get to go on high level missions. That would mean he gets to be stronger. But yeah, that is the only thing that would benefit him being a Chunin at the time.
Yeah, the only thing about this arc that he probably would have cared about was just getting to fight stronger people. I don't know if he would have cared about ranking up, like you said. I was going to mention that, but yeah, I mean, you obviously covered it and you already do. So,
yeah. Anyway,
it's just interesting that she didn't even think about him in that moment. She was just thinking about Naruto and him wanting his impossible dream, as she called it.
Yep. Anyway, for the 8th spot, we've got. Let's see. Oops, hold on. Let me just Let's see. We've got number 9, number 8.
Yeah,
let's see. 8. Sakura learns about a Jinchuriki and how they die, which, as we see from like the part 2, when Naruto and Sakura have their union, they have their first mission. Gaara's being kidnapped and all that stuff. Throughout that, Naruto confesses he has got the 9 tails inside of her. And throughout that, Sakura's Naruto learning about the tailed beasts. And after their fight against the fake Itachi, Sakura, of course, sees just what kind of people are after Naruto and just how strong they are. You know, granted, this is a fake version of Itachi, so the real one's much stronger. And when Chiyo comments that they seem to be extracting the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki, we learn that both Naruto and Gaara consider that's what they are, Jinchuriki, host tailed beasts. Sakura, of course, being sort of disgusted about the use of weapons, asks what happens if a tailed beast is removed, and she learns the horrifying truth that if a Jinchuriki ever has the tailed beast removed from him or her, that person dies. Let's see, not counting like all the retcons that happen down the line with those that did end up surviving. But yeah, but generally at this moment, if Naruto's ever captured by the Akatsuki, he gets his tailed beast removed, he dies. And well, Sakura, of course, he shows extreme concern and worry for Naruto, as a result of this. So, but yeah, this is arguably why we've put we've put this as number 8. The emotions that Sakura is feeling and learning about all this sort of stuff that Naruto has to deal with. So yeah, do you have any comments, MangaReader?
Well, first and foremost, I just want to point this out that I did not have this on my list. So this is why the joint agreement was an actually good idea of sorts, because I kind of overlooked this one a little bit. It's actually a twofold, because I honestly think she was asking to maybe try and figure out if there was a way to, remove it without, so Naruto wouldn't be able to be targeted or have to be targeted.
I would be freed of the burden of the Nine Tails, basically.
Yeah. I want to say that's what was the implication when she asked that.
Yeah, I think she was perhaps hoping is there a way of getting Naruto away from this danger, but it's like, no. And if it does happen, he'll die. So now she has to make sure that Naruto never dies or is captured by the Akatsuki, which arguably is perhaps what also motivates her with the confession as well, because it's like Sasuke is now a part of the Akatsuki, and Naruto going after Sasuke means he's going to get into direct conflict with the Akatsuki. And wrong move, he is captured. He loses his tailed beast. He's dead.
We've got a lot of arguablys going on here, but so anyway, it's actually, thinking at it, it's a good number 8 for that reason alone. Just that, I mean, in the moment she was going to ask it anyway, or something like that, or this was eventually going to get brought up, so it's good that it was brought up immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, I don't even know, because Jinchuriki was literally decided upon, like, in this part 2.
Yeah.
In part 1, Sand Spirit wasn't even a tailed beast or that we know of or anything, and then the Nine Tails was just a demon. So
yeah, but it's arguably retcons this arc about what Naruto and Gaara actually were, but it's one of those retcons that sort of actually kind of works when you think about it.
If we were talking from a non-Narusaku standpoint, this is when everything probably went downwards in terms of world building, and also trying to make this seem like ninjas and everything. But because this is a Narusaku moment, and that's all we're talking about, it's pretty nice to know that, again, we're trying to set up this idea that obviously she cares about Naruto's well-being.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it only gets slightly glazed over by the fact that Naruto tries to overlook that she's thinking about him by just saying he'll rescue Gar.
Yeah, but it was his sort of way of saying, "Don't worry about me, Sakura. I'll be fine, if you will." But but you can't really blame Sakura for being worried, because given the fact that these guys kidnapped Gaara, and also, in an extent, he defeated Kankuro, a Kage, and a Jonin, and even one-on-one fights. So it's like, the guys they're facing arguably should be strong. Let's see.
Well, we know. I think it was also proven by that point that by this point, Itachi, and they know that that's Sasuke's brother.
Yeah.
So they know how powerful, and then they know yada yada. So, yep.
Yeah. Let's see. Anyway, we've got the Archduke branch of 048 saying, "Hey, Blue Star, hope you have a good stream, my guy." Thank you. Yes, at the moment, I'd say we're having a very good stream. I think we're having a fun discussion here. Anyway, we've got another comment say, I can say this, though. Does it feel like a Rin moment which works with the parallel? This does.
I mean, looking back at it now, I mean, at the time, we didn't even know Rin was... I don't even think we knew who Rin's name was, did we?
You had the Obito, the Kakashi guy flashback thing between part 1 and part 2.
Okay, so he
It's
did
that in
release.
the manga. The anime didn't do that until like 100 episodes into Shippuden.
Of course. So then, yeah, some interesting junk right there. And then I think what? I don't know if it was in the manga, but I'll give the anime credit that they had like had her flashback to Naruto as a kid being neglected by the whole village for this particular scene, and then her just looking on as to why.
Okay, especially no comment saying. I mean that the only one that survives is Obito, and even that it's debatable since Black Setsu was keeping him alive. I doubt Obito was going to live any longer. Arguably, oh yeah, I think he's referring to Obito surviving, but yeah.
I'm just talking about this particular scene, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, but I think he's referring to when he was mentioning that this does feel like the Rin moment, which works with the parallel, which I think he's referring to like
Sure.
I think he's referring to what's going down with the war arc. I think when Obito survives and Naruto sort of survives initially, but they're both dying, if you will. But yeah.
Well, we have something for that anyway coming up if we're going to discuss that. So that'll be further down the line.
Yeah.
But I'm just talking again, this scene, what the anime did for this.
Let's see. With space going, I wonder how it would go if Sakura realized Naruto was the Nine-Tails host earlier. Well, I think if she did, I think let's see. If she did, she'd probably. Let's see. No, I think if she, it depends where she learns it down the line. If it's like, I think if it's like, if it's just as they're just starting as a team, I think she'll start to realize. I think if that's the case, I could see her realizing more of like, okay, is this maybe why everyone in the village hates him and all that stuff? And perhaps maybe even feels a bit more guilty about some of the attitude she had sooner. But by the time, of course, when she learns and understands about the Nine-Tails stuff, she's already come to fully care and support Naruto. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, okay, since we're talking about just the Nine-Tails host in general, I was about to say, like, we didn't even know what Jinchuriki were until part 2. It's a fun little what if as to how things would change. But I don't know. I think you're probably kind of right. There's not really much that could be done from, he's the host of this demon. Okay. I guess that makes sense as to why the whole village hates him now, or why he acts out for attention. I mean, that'd be the only difference.
Yeah, it really depends when she learns it. If it's like late part 1, I don't see much changing except maybe showing some of the concern she's showing now in the Kage Summit in like in the end of part 1. But if I feel like if it's the early stages of part 1, I feel like I think she'll be a bit more it's the understanding of being perhaps maybe feeling a bit more guilty about some of the things that she used to say about Naruto, not realizing that okay, this is why people have been hating you and all that stuff, and this is why you're an orphan and all that kind of stuff. I think it really depends when it's found out, really.
Right.
But yeah, but let's see. Who knows? This could be an interesting what if discussion with some other people down the line and see what they think. Anyway, let's see. This is time for like number 9 spot, which is number 7, which is A Promise of a Lifetime. Arguably, this is perhaps the most dramatic and serious moment in part 1. A sort of defining point in their relationship. We know that, let's see, when Naruto brought Tsunade back, let's see, to like heal, let's see, what she thought was to heal Kakashi and Sasuke alone, not realizing it was also to be the next Hokage. Let's see, at the very least, Tsunade eventually does this. Let's see, You've got, of course, Sakura crying for him in the hospital, and Naruto, let's see, just not reacting. Many believe that this is the moment Naruto moves on from Sasuke, but it's clearly not. In fact, if anything, it's more like, oh yeah, this is just how much Sakura cares for Sasuke. It feels like let's see, he shouldn't interfere. Like let's see, this is not the time and all that stuff. So arguably, he's hurting that Sakura still seems to generally like Sasuke over him. So that even comments how Naruto's being a bit mature in this moment. But of course, Sasuke, when recovered, is still mad about the whole Itachi stuff. Sort of treats Sakura like Ritzy awfully, particularly Ritzy rejecting her care, if you will. Challenges Naruto a fight, then goes to join Orochimaru with the Sound 4. Sakura tries one last time to Ritzy plead with him to stay. He even confesses. He rejects her. Then like the village finds out. Shikamaru, Naruto, and the team Ritzy try and going back. Sakura wants to first come along, but Shikamaru says no, you can't really do this. And so she asks Naruto, who's like the only person that can she can truly count on in this moment, since Kakashi's not in the village right now, to try and bring Sasuke back, asking this is a promise of a lifetime. Naruto, in his in his love for Sakura, understands what she's going through and decides that, I'm going to put your happiness, sort of putting her happiness before his own, promises that he will bring Sasuke, and this is his promise of a lifetime, if you will, that he will do this for her benefit. And in a sense, you kind of see that Sakura slowly starts to realize that at the moment that Naruto does all this, thinking back to how she once said that Naruto didn't really understand her, actually does, and realizes that he's starting to realize that Naruto's always going to be, that's always been there to support her, if you will. So arguably, depending on how some say it, that this is probably a moment Sakura might start to think that that Naruto loves her back. But granted, when Sai says the confession thing, it might be she doesn't quite understand just how full in love on him then. But nevertheless, it's like Naruto putting Sakura's happiness above him. Oh, no matter how much it hurts him. But Sakura being realizing just how much Naruto means to her, if you will. So that's arguably why we've probably put the scene up. Unless you want to have any comments, MangaReader.
I can't believe we have this at 7. Thinking more about it, but it works at 7 at the same time. So there's two particular things I like about this moment at hand right here. Number one, it's basically Naruto's confession of love without actually saying it. Thus, Sakura is not necessarily aware that he loves her, but he is pointing. He is like as the words on this page are saying, he is displaying that he completely knows what her feelings are. Mm-hmm. So in a sense, they're two peas in the same pod because they both have feelings that are unrequited in at this moment in time. And number two, it just goes to show how much Naruto actually does care for her by willingly giving up any type of, I mean, he doesn't actually give up his chances, at least throughout Shippuden until the end, but
still asks Sakura out on dates, basically.
Yeah. But he's essentially putting, as you said, putting his own, her happiness above his own. But it does set up for a potentiality for being like, hey, I'm not saying you have to, I scratch your back, you scratch mine scenario, but he is basically going out of his way. It also works as a third way of saying that, Naruto cares cares as much for Sasuke as Sakura does. So it kind of has that nice little three-way aspect to it. It just sets up so many things potentially. Although later down the line, we learn that it is also its own particular burden. Hence, with the confession that was number 10 on our list, that it is also causing Naruto to maybe go well out of his own way to put his life on the line. So it's definitely, it became a double-edged sword as time went on, but it was definitely something that was worthy of being on this list. Maybe even higher, maybe, but it's cool because, again, it's kind of, it's not showing, or it's not telling you, it's showing you through subtle hints, basically. So she obviously she doesn't catch on to, or maybe she does kind of maybe get the feeling that Naruto actually has feelings for her for real. I mean, at this point, he was at least showing that he liked her. He never outright confessed, "I love you," but yep.
Anyway, I'm going to take a look at some of the comments here. Let's see. Remember, due to the last retcon, Naruto is only jealous that Sakura cares about Sasuke due to his own selfish mind instead of genuinely caring about Sakura. Oh, yeah. This is one of the reasons why The Last is such a terrible movie, because it makes Naruto's attempts and promises to Sakura look very shallow, when no, he genuinely loves her. Let's see. This is why the last movie doesn't work. This is why it's a bad movie, and no one should be liking it. Wouldn't you agree?
Wouldn't I agree? Anything's better than The Last.
Oh yeah, it's arguably one of the worst movies I have ever seen in my life. I don't care how good it looks. I don't care how good it looks. It is still a bad movie.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing it did do well, is it was visually pleasing.
Yeah.
But
Well,
most of those,
yeah,
most of those movies are pretty good.
So to say, it's funny that these dense guys, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Obito, are so willing to put their crush's feelings above their own. Yeah, well, to be fair, this kind of shows like the sort of parallel between these three guys is like let's see, to sort of show the story that's going on. It's like it's sort of parallel stories. Like both Obito and Jiraiya have different aspects of like their romance with like their respective teammates, but there's different moments where they failed, where of course Jiraiya never got Tsunade to return the feelings. Well, arguably he did, but let's see, at least she was beginning to consider having a relationship with Jiraiya, but Jiraiya unfortunately died against pain. And so he died before she could give him the chance he's always wanted. And Obito seemingly died just before he could ever get a chance to confess to Rin. And Rin only ever learned that Obito loved her when Kakashi admitted it, and even admitted that he was the type of trash that would have left her to die compared to Obito. So whether or not she ended up thinking, would she have given Obito a chance if Obito confessed or not, that remains to be seen. But yeah, it goes to show you that Naruto, Jiraiya, and Obito are sort of paralleling each other, and how arguably Naruto was supposed to eventually succeed where they failed, if you will. Let's see.
Something a bit like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like how you see like the prequel and original trilogy. You can see where the parallels between Luke and Anakin, and you can see where Anakin went wrong, where Luke went right, if you will. But yeah. Anyway,
just a bit. Just a bit. Yep.
Anyway, time for the let's see. Time for like let's see, number 6, which is Naruto vows to save Sakura by fighting Gaara, if you will. And where during the tuning exams, this final part, the invasion of Kahona, some say it's call it a separate arc, but let's see, some also put it as the climax of the tuning exams. Take your pick, either way. Let's see, Sasuke tries to finish his fight with Gaara down the line. Gaara, let's see, Sasuke is like nearly defeated and all that stuff. Naruto, Sakura arrive. Sakura attempting to protect Sasuke. gets trapped by the sand, by Gaara's sand, if you will. And let's see, and it's a ticking time bomb because the longer it's there, the more it will crush her. Naruto's in a bit of a clock to try and save her and all that stuff, while also dealing with the fact that Gaara's very much like him, wondering if he's strong or not. But after like let's see, a few like words from Sasuke willing to sacrifice himself, Naruto vows to like let's see, not be like Gaara, and swears to protect Sakura, save everyone, if you will. And throughout the course of the fight, you see Naruto, part of Naruto's motivation to keep fighting Gaara on is to make sure that Sakura's safe. A few little teasing moments where I think Gamma Kichi even says that Sakura's Naruto's girlfriend to like Gamma Bunta, is it? Yeah, I think it's Gamma Bunta, yeah. Let's see, or Chief Toad, if you will. But Naruto eventually does, and even though Sakura doesn't find out in this arc, it's the next arc in a flashback. It seems like she learns that Naruto was the one that saved her, and this sort of like, arguably you could say, built along the line of like someone that Naruto that she can count on, if you will. But yeah, arguably moments like this is probably why it's a why we put in our top 10. So I don't know, MangaReader, what do you have to say about this moment?
So I'm just all right for everyone in maybe all three of them currently watching. I don't know which, but I want to put it out that this was actually in my top 5. So maybe I should have fought harder to have this be higher than 6. But this, to me, not even from an NaruSaku standpoint, but this to me might just be the single best fight in all of the history of Naruto. And I'll die on that bridge.
So this is arguably your favorite fight in Naruto, basically.
Yeah, it's not even arguably. It just is. But the only arguably part would be, is it the number 1 amongst everyone, which it probably might not be. But that one could very well go to part 1 Naruto versus Sasuke. But
probably say Naruto versus Pain as well, but go on.
Yeah, that one, I forgot that one too. But the anime kind of botched that one a little bit. So, well, at least one of the episodes was all janky and crap. But
yeah,
but yeah, for this one, yeah, what I liked about this one was that this whole time up to this point, Gaara's been described or showcased as this absolute demon, both figuratively and literally. He's not just basically, he is the de facto number 1 threat in the tuning exams amongst all his peers, with maybe Neji being like the second highest feared opponent in the tuning exams. Because we've seen we've up to that point we've seen Gaara pretty much ragdoll everyone, even with his struggles with Lee.
Yeah,
He still defense walled his way through to the point where he was able to, win with a crushing blow.
Yeah.
So then you get the hyped moment where it's like, oh, Sasuke's going to be the one to finally put him down because he's like this relative genius amongst geniuses. He's mastered this technique that we saw Kakashi use against Zabuza that was graded as an S rank attack. It's a spear, so I mean, it's powerful. It's lightning. It's a lightning spear, guys. How cool is that? And so no, not only does Sasuke not actually win this, now we have a struggle where we have Naruto at this point having to, I don't even know if he fully recovered from his Neji fight at this point. We have Naruto basically put at this standstill where he's the only thing left between Sakura dying, Sasuke dying, the village being in trouble, and stopping a actual monster from destroying everything. So our boy, who's not been really kindly looked upon, even in his win against Neji, kind of just not even kind of in his battle against Neji, only then getting a little favorable, opinionated from the crowd of whatnot because of his tenacity.
Uh-huh.
He's not really kind of winning outright through. I guess he's brute forcing it, but he's not like winning through like regular means. So the fact that he keeps stepping it up, like originally is like the 1,000 clones that he summons against half Shinkaku Gara, destroys the tail, pretty much saves Sakura from that aspect of it. Then you got Gara going all ape shit because he got damaged, and then becoming the full Shinkaku. Naruto's out of it. Then Sakura's still in danger. Summons Gamabunta, and then from there on out, it's just like wins it with a headbutt, which is funny because that's typically in most fights not how you win fights because it's a double-edged attack. So anyway, so yeah, he's going to deep lengths for no reason other than to protect the person. And it's not just Sakura, but it's the one that he looks to the most throughout this entire fight because he's and then you have the fun little side gig where just like everyone else up to this point, well, originally Konohamaru, and then you got Gamakichi now joking about Sakura being his girlfriend.
Yeah. So yeah, Minato was not the first one to do it, folks. Remember that.
Yeah, we've had 3 instances, guys. I don't know why you would write something like that if it's a red herring. But
yeah.
But we go on to say this, that yes, he's going to deep lengths, mostly for Sakura, but everyone will just say that he was doing it for the whole village, at least on NaruSaku shippers.
Yeah.
Or Sasuke, or for Sasuke. But yeah, we had our boy Peak not really get the recognition, because the best part about this was when Sakura discussed with Sasuke for saving her. Sasuke has no choice but to actually say, "No, it wasn't me. I had nothing in this."
Yeah, it was Naruto. He's the one that fought to save you, which was arguably, yes, he was caring for the village, but his primary factor was making sure Sakura stayed alive. But yeah, so yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna. So what?
I didn't say anything.
Anyway, I'm gonna look at the comments. Again, another moment that doesn't work with the last retcon because the scene is meant to connect with Will of Fire that hears and talks about Orochimaru. Oh yes. Yeah, this is arguably, it's just seriously just how much that movie ruins the series. Anyway, we've got this is Space saying this is one of those moments that fuels the shippers, like Ichigo fighting Yukirora after feeling he kidnapped Orihime, and Luffy punching his hat at Nami's head in the putting his head at Nami's pre-time script. I agree, yes, those are some of the shippers' most favorite and defining moments, if you will. And Space is saying, again, the fact that there are 3 jokes of someone called Sakura as Naruto's girlfriend once again shows that Kishimoto clearly didn't have a clear end game for the ships. Well, I'd say he did, but it seems like he was told a different route. And we've got a surprising guest of Chat saying, "Hi, guys. Hey, Chat. I see you're watching the stream. I hope you're enjoying what we're saying so far. If you want, I could invite you in if you'd like, but only if you want to. We're sort of halfway done, but if you would like to comment or not, but if not, feel free to watch. Just let me know and all that. But
I want to point out this is my top 5. I mean, I'll reiterate that because that's what our last thing is, but I won't go into further discussion at that point. But I mean, because I went into fall, but
yeah, but anyway, but yeah, let's see. Anyway, since we've now done, let's see, this is number 6. I think it's time that we
cracked the top 5.
Yeah, the top 5. What are our top 5? What we're gonna put? Let's see. Number 5, the bench scene, which is we've got, let's see. Oh, she's saying I just arrived from someone's out to the city, so I'm not exactly caught up with everything. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's fair. Let's see. So, would you like to join us for the last 5 top moments? We can give you a rundown of like the previous 5 and Tootsie and all that stuff down the line if you want to, but only if you're free to join. If you're curious. Let's see. But anyway,
the show goes on.
yeah. Let's see. Just let me know. Let me get some headsets. Okay, let's see. We're gonna have an extra member in the chat, which I'm gonna just invite.
We're real popular, guys. We're real popular.
We got the chat on, so when you got a moment for chat to join, you include it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I have sent chat the link. Let's see. She will join when she can. But anyway, number 5. Let's see, the bench scene, which arguably the first chapter, the third chapter basically, where Team 7 is officially introduced. Well, mainly Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi is at the end, but let's see, it's primarily more of these two. Granted, Kakashi was supposed to be in the second chapter, but Kishimoto moved it up a bit, so to just introduce all the main characters from that one. But yeah, basically, Team 7 has come together. Team 7 has been formed. Iruka has basically put what appears to be the best student, the weakest student, and someone, if I had to guess, in between as a team. Naruto's, of course, happy that he is with Sakura. Sakura is not happy about this, but then then when Sasuke is fielding the team, Naruto is not happy. Sakura is. Naruto getting a bit jealous of the fact that Sakura seems to like Sasuke. Heck, she wanted to sit next to him rather than him. Even got mad at Naruto when he accidentally kissed Sasuke, because that was supposed to be, she wants to be the first one to kiss him, if you will. But Naruto, in an attempt to try and understand, in attempt to sort of attempt to try and understand try and get closer to Sakura, takes out Sasuke and disguises himself. Arguably, perhaps not the Chat is in the stage. Let me just add her to the stage. And Chat, welcome.
Hello. How are you guys?
Hey.
Let's see. Hey, let's see. So we're just at the moment going a summary of the bench scene, if you will. Naruto, of course, has turned him to find out
the very beginning of our romance.
She's going to set the top 5 because she knew that's what the best part was.
Yeah, but let's see. I'll quickly finish this off, and then we'll talk about why we like the scene, and then I'll give you a bit of a rundown of what the other 5 moments we've picked, if you will. And then maybe you can give your thoughts on that quickly. And then I'll probably read some of the comments that have been put on. But Naruto has basically disguised himself as Sasuke, try and find out what Sakura thinks of both him and her. Granted, ironically, when Sakura is thinking about having the charming forehead Ritzy thing, wanting Sasuke to say that, but thinks he never does, Naruto ends up saying it. Sakura at first thinks, oh my god, this is a dream come true, but then he says, that sounds like something Naruto say, much to her displeasure.
He killed that moment there.
Yeah, but to be fair, she's thinking that it's Sasuke, so it was probably the smart thing to do. But
now that I think about that, I forgot that he had said that.
Yeah, so arguably Naruto saying the words Sakura want to hear, just not in the right form, if you will. But then asked what she thinks about her. Sakura talks about how she wants Sasuke to acknowledge her. He wants to be acknowledged, and this is the moment when Naruto hears the words acknowledge and all that stuff. He starts to realize why he actually likes Sakura, because it seems like, granted, she's trying to she's trying to get Sasuke to acknowledge her at this moment. Naruto seems to like Sakura's own drive to be acknowledged by someone at the very least. So that's arguably, unless you've got more comments on that chat, that of why Naruto feels like he finally understands why he likes her. And let's see. Now, granted, Sakura's about to try and kiss Sasuke, but Naruto probably for the best that Naruto had to go to the bathroom. Yeah, he had to go and do that. So, but yeah, so that's not some problems down the line. But yeah, but arguably this also leads to the moment where Sasuke eventually breaks free. Sakura ends up saying those comments that were very controversial, and Sasuke scolds her for that. And this is when she starts to think, okay, maybe I should try being nicer to Naruto. Arguably, this scene, perhaps maybe one of the most controversial because, well, Naruto's pretending to be Sasuke, but it does show that Naruto down the line knows things about Sakura that she wants to she wants to be
intuitively knows how to read her heart.
Who are we arguing with?
Yeah, and arguably this gives Naruto and we get a reason why Naruto likes her. It's not because he wants to compete with Sasuke for her, but it's that he admires
they were 12 years old. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No, it is for competing, don't you know?
Yeah, but it's
I'm told to believe that.
Let's see, he admires her and desire to be acknowledged. So it's like he is just
we have the common ground.
Yeah. So yeah. So any more comments you guys have of like why you like this scene or?
Well, I'll let Chat start, obviously, since she's just now joined.
If you're gonna let me, I'm not gonna shut up. So, I don't know.
You
know me when I start.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, fine. I'll go first just to
you go.
save us a little bit out of that one. Okay, so funny enough, I mean, this one actually ended up being, again, we're supposed to discuss our top 10s at the end, or at least what our list was. But I mean, this one was equally both our top 5. It was literally actually our number 5. So,
but I think it was your number 5. I think my number 5 was different, but that's fine.
Anyway,
I'm looking at your list and it says 5 right next to it.
Okay,
never mind, I lied. How dare you? I don't even know if it is in yours now. Maybe I was looking at the wrong thing. Oh well. Okay.
Anyway, let's get to the point.
This is top 5. So, I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be anyone's top 5 because this is literally the foundation for what sets up
the
whole thing. Now, again, the whole idea isn't necessarily to be like, they're gonna come together immediately. In fact, I guess the struggle on that would be that we didn't realize it would be that much of a struggle at that point. But shonens are notorious for not being romantic based, so I'm not going to give that too much of a poor writing standpoint. But it literally tells you straight up as to why Naruto feels the way he does about her. We don't need to sit here and by that I mean we don't need to sit here and say, well, actually this is what he meant. Oh, he didn't actually know what he was saying. No, it clearly in words,
it's clear as daylight,
and in showing is telling you that, oh, he likes that she's trying to be just as much as acknowledged as I am. No wonder I have feelings for her. And I mean,
resonance. The magic of resonance. Sorry, I cannot help myself.
No,
you're doing better words than us, Chat. So go ahead.
Resonance. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory for me, but I'm sure Chat can very well go into far further detail than I can on this one.
I actually do have
I have
an analysis coming up.
I have a whole
about
paragraph.
This. Oh no. Not yet. I mean, I'm gonna try to be as concise as possible, though that's usually impossible with me. Because, for example, I have like 31 pages of my next analysis. So imagine 31 pages in a script. I'm still deciding if I'm gonna break down that analysis or I'm gonna just let it be like a really long episode. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is that I do have this moment included, and as I've read the manga over and over and over and over and over and over again, as you guys know.
As we all love to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm being a bit behind on that, being dedicated to One Piece, but heck.
It's okay. I mean, I've accepted my fate with Naruto. That is this love-hate relationship at the same time, which is ironically my relationship with Sasuke. I also love him. I also him. Hate him.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're past that. We're not discussing Sasuke right now. But the point is that people don't really understand, or not understand. Maybe not realize that this moment holds a lot of depth to it. We only look at it at a surface level because we're kind of like caught up in this whole thing of, oh, he transformed into Sasuke, he did all this crazy stuff, you know, the fact that he tied Sasuke up as what space 12 to
Oh yeah, I'll
89
take a look
set
at.
here.
I'm taking a look at some of the comments.
I'm taking
Let's see.
a look
The
at
moment
them
is
as
top
well.
5. I get Naruto understands why he likes Sokka, which
Yeah.
again shows why the last doesn't work. Thank you. But this moment, unfortunately, has a creepy feelings due to Naruto being Sasuke. That is arguably perhaps the
It's
one.
not people give it creepy feelings. Why? They were 12 years old children, for God's sake. Children do stupid things. That's how they mature. People nowadays, in my humble opinion, get too inflamed about every little shit. Sorry, my language.
for the old age, yeah.
Yeah, just
I mean, really, how do you want someone to mature if they don't first make mistakes, for God's sake?
yeah.
We're not born this genius. I know in Naruto's story, usually, everyone is called a genius because of this, and that. But it's not in terms of, behavior. It's in terms of talent more so.
And ninja
So
skills.
exactly, that's what I meant by talent. So the fact that Naruto did this stupid thing, the same way Sakura did this stupid thing with calling him, and I mean, it's not never
orphans,
even
yeah.
necessarily calling him an orphan. It's all about how she relates to that thing, because she says if she would do that, her parents would ground her for a week or something like that. It's a normal freaking reaction to a 12 years old who is not allowed to express the more raw side of her, which ironically Naruto's behavior, brings up.
Oh yeah,
Right.
like you can even go and with this real life example when I think when everyone was a kid my age, we used to use gay as an insult, but now as adults,
Duh,
we don't do that.
you learned the fact that okay, that's not an okay thing to do.
Only if with friends, maybe occasionally.
I mean, yeah, if there's like this close relationship, and
Yeah.
we all allow each other to tell each other like the
Weird
most
things, yeah.
exactly, or stupid, or God knows what. But you don't do that with strangers. When you're a kid, you don't care. You don't have a filter. You have a goal in your mind. You want to get to that goal. It doesn't matter what you have to do, because you're not limited by the adult morals.
Right.
Let's say like that. So in my opinion, and it's not just that, but this one, and this is like, let's say, a little spoiler that I'm gonna be giving. It's what actually forms Naruto's code of honor. And I don't know, I've never seen in all my years in Naruto fandom, actually, understand that this is one of the, like I like to call it, the underneath of the underneath of the scene.
You mean reading comprehension has long since avoided us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
I mean,
And
I guess interpretations are up to everyone, but still.
absolutely, but still, I mean, the interpretation, yes, but even how should I say, even storytelling is a science in itself, and this is, I actually have a project in mind for this. I don't know if I'm gonna manage to get this to the ground, because oh my god, I want to do so many things, but there's only one me.
Oh,
So
yeah, I understand. And
I
this is what I always say, take your time, chat. Even when I want you, really desperately want you for some other
I
stuff.
know. I want to do it desperately myself. Trust me. I've meant to do, for example, like my last video analysis. It was supposed to be here in January, but then life happened. So it's like, yeah, you're not allowed to do that. And I'm like, why, life? Why? And then my health. Yeah, anyway, so I'm trying my best to, put everything together. But anyway,
Yeah,
to
just
get
a
back
little-
to this, because I feel like I
Yeah.
derailed a little bit, and
Yeah,
I'm
just
sorry.
a little, just a
Yeah.
little self-promotion. Check out Chat's latest NaruSaku Minikisha Sacred Geometry of Love. We're Naruto one-shot review. If you get the chance
thank you,
after
thank
this
you.
stream, of course. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
You
See,
selfless person.
yeah, I mean, he did invite me, and I
Right.
did, plan to come, but then life happened, and then I
It's
said
all
I cannot
good.
do it, and then I came here today, and because I was out in town with errands and with life and with anyway. But yeah, let me get to the point, because as I said, I feel that I derailed a little bit myself, and I usually don't want to do this, but I can't help it. I'm sorry. Um, this moment, I understand why it's one of the top 5 for everyone. I think it would be in my top 5 as well. I haven't thought about it,
Right.
yet, but I would put it maybe the 5th one, like it's here, because you know why? Because if we think about it, at least in my opinion, in my humble opinion, it stays at the intersection of what NaruSaku used to be versus what NaruSaku gets to be. And it basically, it's a connective point, if I may say so. One of the vector points, let's say so. Now, since I'm talking about vectors and things like that in my last analysis,
Right.
that spreads across the whole structural pattern that Kishimoto is developing through NaruSaku. So it's a really important point, even if it's at face value, it's wrapped in a silly goofy moment, which is something that Kishimoto often likes to do. He's testing our perceptions with boom, here's this funny moment. Ha ha ha. You think that it doesn't matter, right? Because it's just a funny moment. But then if you strip away the funny thing and you look at it for what it is behind, underneath the underneath, you
Mhm.
start seeing how it connects with the overarching, let's say, thematic plot structure, symbolism, so on and so forth. So I agree with this being a top 5 moment.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just going to do some more comments.
Right.
Where let's see.
You're talking about
Space
space,
says,
essentially. Yeah.
Thank you.
This
Thank
moment
you.
really. Yeah. No problem. This moment really moves. It's just a shallow cross to genuine feelings. Feelings, though, that the last tries to wreck on by making it more shallow and turning everything to square one.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Space is going like, Chat is a fun person, a good fun ground to you guys. And he says, yeah, wow, I get it. Chat is actually someone with logic.
Damn it,
Oh.
man! I thought I was.
Yeah.
But yeah. And he goes on,
Can be a
because
blessing and a curse, trust me.
and he goes like, because people still hold Bakugo to middle school behavior against him despite his age. This is a My Hero
Yes,
Academia
I've heard
quote.
that as well. I haven't seen I haven't watched what's the name?
My Hero Academia.
Yeah, man. We
Thank you.
understand.
But
Yeah.
I've heard the
I
same.
mean, to
Anyway.
be fair, I was hoping one day when I get you on the stream, Dirty Space would eventually comment, since Space,
Something about that. Yeah.
yeah, since Space is one of the guys who usually comments, is on the Discord with those guys I mentioned to you once time about called the Walkie Talkie Podcast.
Yeah,
As a result,
you did.
as a result of me joining that, he's become a sort of regular viewer on my channel whenever I'm discussing Naruto related stuff.
Noise.
It's Naruto related stuff. So yeah, who knows? Maybe one day I'll see if I can try and get the Walkie Talkie guys and you to interact. But for now,
I'm open to it.
Yeah, but yeah. So yeah.
Yes,
so if you guys
she
are eventually watching to this, just so you know, chat is open. You just gotta find time that works for her. But yeah.
Yeah, sadly or happily, I don't know, it depends how you want to look at it.
Yeah, I believe they have their own soccer expert that I think they're interested in you two interacting with, but who knows? But anyway,
I'm open to it.
Yeah, but anyway, before we get to the next top spots, I think I should let chat know what we've put for the 10 before. The 10th one is probably arguably a controversial one, the confession, which Sakura confesses.
I love the confession.
I had that at 10. Yes.
Yeah, and
I love controversy.
Yeah. And number 9. Yeah, number 9 is I don't want to see your dream crushed.
Okay.
Let's see. Sakura learns. Number 8 is Sakura learns about how Jinchuriki and how they die.
I would put that higher, but I understand. Yeah, personally, sorry.
number 7 is The Promise of a Lifetime.
Okay.
And number 6 is Naruto's vow to save Sakura during the Gaara fight.
I'm sorry, I didn't fight harder, chat, on some of these.
You should have.
I know.
Okay,
don't-
yeah.
But yeah, let's see. Oh, one more
This
comment.
is the one that sorry, I need to make a little parenthesis. Although I don't know how high in the list I would have put it. As I said multiple times throughout the years, this is actually the moment that turned me into a NaruSaku shipper.
Oh yeah, I remember reading that in the article. Oh,
I like the raw side of it. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, this is just one last comment about the bench thing. Again, Sasuke still doesn't know it was Sasuke, not Sakura.
And I remembered something about the bench thing. Go ahead. I'm gonna say it afterwards. I'm sorry, my mind is just running.
Yeah, arguably, I'd say one thing about the bench thing that it's a shame that's never been properly addressed, because I feel like the only reason Sakura still actually likes Sasuke to the level she does is because she thinks Sasuke is the one that complimented her forehead, not Naruto.
I wrote an entire analysis on my Twitter about that. So
There's subtle hints, though, at least, that make it seem like it wasn't like you just pointed it out, that Naruto had mentioned, kind of saved himself in that respect, that when he said his feelings, he's like, oh, that sounds like something Naruto would say. I totally forgot about that. So it kind of set up this weird little bubble that, yeah, it is Sasuke. So maybe there was a part of him. And I mean, obviously, in the now ending, there was a part of him. But I mean, it kind of self-contained. It wasn't fully NaruSaku in that respect, because again, Naruto didn't go out of his way to make Naruto himself sound bad. He just it was 50-50.
Yeah. Anyway, you were saying chat?
Sorry, I was just
no, it's okay. With the bench, I said that I have something to say with the bench, but go ahead with the the entirety of the top 10, and then I'm gonna say it. Yeah.
You can you say the bench stuff later, right? Or
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, for number 4, what we have as our top 10 is basically, let's see, the Tenchi Bridge.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah. Well, basically, this moment is basically when Team 7 or Team Yamato confronts Orochimaru. Naruto, in his anger over Orochimaru possessing Sasuke, demands him back, and the more Orochimaru and Kabuto taunts him, the more he grips into the Nine Tails and has his fight there with Orochimaru in the Nine Tails form. During the fight, Orochimaru sends Naruto back to where Team Yamato and Sakura are. Sakura ends up seeing Naruto's nine-tailed form for the first time, really. Well, granted, she showed some of the other transformations.
No, they repurposed it. Sorry, I feel the need to say something. People usually say, "Oh no, this doesn't mean that Sakura started to love Naruto, so on and so forth." But funny enough, they repurposed this plot point into the Boruto dynamic with Sarada having to realize her feelings for Boruto, so on and so forth. By the way, I started to read Boruto because of my theory videos, and people made me curious, and so I guess I'm a Boruto reader.
Not a supporter, but just a reader.
Yes, I said I'm a Boruto reader, not a supporter.
Exactly. I only read it just to keep up with whatever the walkie-talkie podcast crew of Odin Kamari end up saying, because sometimes when I'm joining them, they're just discussing the chapters.
For me, it's just like I see the plot points and I see the themes and everything, the repurposing, and I when I see this fandom, I'm like, oh really? You didn't like that for NaruSaku, but look at you eating it now for another pairing. Interesting.
Anyway, but yeah. So Sakura for the first time sees Naruto's transformation, just what it does to him. She's distraught, tries to plead with him to stop. She'll rescue Sasuke in his stead instead, but unfortunately tries to snap him out of it like she did with Sasuke long ago in the Forest of Death. But unfortunately for her, Naruto is completely not of sound of mind, is unable to control his actions, and gets attacked, and is saved by Yamato before he undoes the seal and all that stuff and sees just how much the transformations hurt. Asks Yamato, can I learn the wood style from you? But says no, only those with Hashiramas. DNA, if you will, and then
I'm
thinks about how
suffering.
she can only do such the small things for Naruto, but Yamato says it's not just about how big or small the thing is, it's how you feel. And then hints to Sakura that I can tell how much you, and it seems to imply that you're in love with how much you love Naruto. But of course, Naruto being, let's see, the idiot he is, wakes up at the wrong time. And this is why, let's see, and this was the moment of number 4. So guys, why would you like this scene and why you think it could be number 4 if you so pick so?
Go ahead first, because I'm gonna
Okay,
talk.
so
You know me, I'm gonna
yeah,
talk.
it's fair. Okay, so okay, initially this one actually did not make it on my list, and I had a different. I had the iron. I
So
had the
no,
iron.
don't mind me.
I
I'm
I know.
joking.
I had the Iron Bridge. I had the Iron Bridge. It's essentially the same thing, only different. But no, I mean, I can just maybe this one shouldn't be as high. Like again, I could have argued for higher for some of these other things. But this one did at least set up a really nice standpoint that that Sakura actually does feel a little more guilty about not being able to do a whole lot in her mind for Naruto's doing all this stuff in her mind, and she's watching him do all this stuff in her mind. And or visually, and then she gets to see what his training amounted to, which was trying to unlock this this seal and then basically killing himself just to achieve his desire of bringing Sasuke back in her mind for her. I mean, I think when we get to the Naruto Sasuke fight, it's pretty apparent that Naruto's not doing it actually just for her. He's doing it for
but she
himself
doesn't
too.
know
But
that.
obviously she doesn't know that. So the fact though that he's going to like these extreme measures to in her mind to bring it back to her just kind of goes to the point that she's pretty self-aware that she feels like she's not doing as much as she should be doing. So it's something that's at least establishes, in my opinion, that they're definitely able to go to ends lengths to help each other, or at least wanting to help each other.
Yeah, I'll probably save this for me. Let's see, back when I was still ongoing watching the story, when I was like only the anime, for me, I was still Naruhina and Saku at the time, but this is one of those first scenes that made me consider, could Naruto and Sakura actually happen? So I think that just shows how powerful that was in that thing. It's like made me consider that, even if I stuck longer than I wish I did with Naruhina and Saku. But yeah. This is one of the reasons why I quite like this scene. But yeah, it's such a powerful moment. It makes, I think, you considered like Sakura actually liking Naruto. But yeah, go on, chat. Your turn.
This would probably be my top 2.
Oh, it's your 2.
Yeah, because this moment has so many layers to it that I don't know if I can begin to describe.
We're talking onions here, people. Onions.
Exactly. And funny enough, you remember, I don't know if you guys remember those onion rings emojis. They used to be my favorite. Anyway.
Layers.
I'm gonna try to be as concise as possible, but once again I'm probably gonna fail. So anyway, let's go through this.
I already put up with blue. I can put up with
my present. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just the other moments have quickly, so I'm just muting myself. So go ahead, chat.
Why? Thank you for giving me the entirety of the space. Okay, where do I start? Well, first of all, if you've seen my last analysis, this is the moment that I actually start from. This is a moment that was so important in NaruSaku's development that Kishimoto took this plot and changed the creative expression the vessel of that creative expression. So he moved it into Minakushi, because basically what Sakura wants to do here is the same thing that Minato does with creating Rasengan. And Minato is the other one that's being compared to Hashirama Senju, while Sakura was, meaning to get to the levels of Hashirama Senju, also that she can protect Naruto. And basically this is the moment that kind of propelled me into this whole fandom, at least the old fandom, because the newer fandom, I'm just anyway. Um, but this is kind of like what birthed my theories with Kishimoto foreshadowing Sakura development via Hashirama Senju. And in here is not just about Narusaku, it's about the entirety of their development, and it also falls into the two sons symbolism, because we have Naruto as one of the sons, but then we have Sakura as the other one, and that's also not visible only in their personality traits, in their character attributes, as being this fun, bubbly kind of couple, or even individually, not necessarily as a couple. But then as I was saying, Kishimoto was clearly he starts back from part one, but it's becoming more and more evident in Shippuden that he's building them towards this endgame couple. And anyone who knows, what literature and the narrative devices are, this is romance interruption moment 101. Because when you want to build like a romantic pairing, you don't just get them together like this, no kiss. Nah. You do it through all of these tension moments, through all of these, oh, look at him, he's getting better. Why am I observing him, sorry. Or when Naruto, back in part one, when they fight Zabuza, he has that whole thing with let's get wild, and Sakura is like, oh my god, what is this feeling? This is Naruto. This is so, And then we come here in this moment. It's the whole interruption and the whole fact that Sakura inside her needs to do more and more and more and more and more for Naruto. This already speaks to the reader that look, there's something more than that Sakura feels for Naruto outside of their goal to, save Sasuke together. Because at this point, she even says, "I'll save Sasuke." So it's like, I'll save Sasuke, sorry, so that you don't have to go to these extreme lengths to do it. Of course, there's this whole, ping pong and change of perspectives, because at the end of the day, Naruto in itself is a story that it's can be viewed through many lenses. And this is why I'm trying, whenever I'm, analyzing this story, to do it in a really holistic view, in the sense of I'm going through every character's shoes, let's say like this, to see through their eyes. Because I don't know if you guys remember, one of my old taglines when I started with my blog, with my old blog, was the world, the life, the moments through my eyes. And the reason I said through my eyes is because, look, I'm here presenting my perspective on this. And the reason I created that tagline is because usually when I analyze a work of art, let's say like this, I try to go into the mind of the creator, into the mind of the characters, and try to understand, okay, the creator wanted to do this with the perspective of the character, what made them, that whole mind game, let's say. And this is actually part, and this is why I said they're repurposing now this whole narrative point into Boruto and Sarada. Sorry, whoops, I misspelled that a little bit, mispronounced that. And the only plus that Sarada has in Boruto is that she actually she actually lets herself feel what she needs to feel for Boruto. She admits to those feelings, things that Sakura never really fully does, because we then get into the complication where Hinata also um confesses to Naruto and she's ready to die for him, and then Sakura feels a little bit guilty once again underneath that, because that whole, oh, you love Naruto, it's like, oh, you love Naruto, oh, you wanted to die for him, oh, I never, I cannot do that for him, you must love him more than I do. So then she backs down and she kind of like gives up her feelings for Naruto the same way Naruto kind of like um and not necessarily gives up, but like puts them on the back burner. The same thing, mirroring the same thing that actually Naruto does with the promise of a lifetime. So because God, I need to be concise. The reason why this is a top two for me is because it's not just about the romantic subplot, it's also about the individual characters, about their let's say uh their own plot development, character development, their own road towards the, well, development in Sakura's case, which we never got to see because Kishimoto sadly gave up on her. And sometimes I'm like, I was here, you didn't see me, but I was here, I was rooting for you and you betrayed me. But anyway, it is what it is. um it's not like I'm just one of the millions of fans that Naruto has. But it's ironic because the irony, if you think about it, and this is something that I want to actually kind of like touch upon in one of my Naruto Unmasked series, which is kind of like the more socio-psychological fandom drama space, blah 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 analysis. If you think about how each and every fandom, sub fandom, sorry, within the Naruto fandom acts, we were the Hinata, ironically, of the Naruto fandom, because we never actually started screaming, "Go Kishimoto, we're seeing you! Go do this, do that!" And we just stood in our lane, silently supporting him, and rooting for him. And where did that got us? Nowhere, because he never truly knew that, hey, people are loving what you're doing with Sakura and Narusaku. Go ahead, trust yourself. We're seeing what they're not seeing. The same thing that you could say it was kind of like happening in Naruto with Hinata. Of course, Hinata never got to see like the depths of what Naruto was about, because the plot doesn't allow her, because she's not the one,
Not one of
meant
the
for
main
that.
characters. But yeah.
Not necessarily one of the main characters, because this isn't about necessarily about where their place is.
in the
It's more
hierarchy.
about the function. She didn't represent the function to be the one next to Naruto. That's Sakura. The whole hurdle and what it meant for Naruto, so on and so forth. She's the one who's meant to get to know all those sides. Yes, Hinata saw the boy who didn't give up, but she never gets to see him beyond that. They have that nice little moment in part one, which I adore. I mean, as I said, I used to be a multi-shipper back then, and I would probably stay a multi-shipper even now if they hadn't had the last, which is full of BS. I'm sorry, but to me, as someone who actually studied, and I still do at some point, because through all these analysis, I keep try to remember everything that I've learned in uni, and God, there's a lot.
Right.
I never
Oh,
thought I'd
well,
do
you
that.
probably remembered more than I did in my education, but oh well.
I mean, it's a passion for me.
Mhm.
I didn't go to school because mom and dad told me that I have to go to school to be a doctor or this, and that. I'm lucky in that respect that they told me follow your heart, so that's what I did. So I was never a math girl, ironically, though. Now I kind of like see Kishimoto's work through math, more through geometry than actual, algebra and all those
Okay.
things,
Yeah.
which is ironically the very thing I was so bad at in school.
Okay.
And I was kind of like thinking about, when I wrote this analysis and all the other things I planned to do with Naruto, who kind of says at some point how bad he was at Bunshin no Jutsu, and this gets to be actually his expertise with the shadow doppelganger jutsu. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh my god, I'm getting to discover Kishimoto's work through the very thing I was so bad at in school.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, but yeah, I'll definitely say with that, Ritzy, yeah, we should have been loud in the back then. Hindsight is 2020, but yeah,
This is the irony. So I
Yeah.
guess you could say that Naruhina and Sasusaku fandoms were the I don't know, Sakura and Naruto, or Sakura and Hinata. No, sorry, Sakura and Ino, because they were pretty loud about what they want to do, so on and so forth. And we were
yeah.
the Hinata. We were so, oh, look, it's so
Same
nice
goal,
what
but then
he's
arguing
doing.
with each other. But yeah,
But then we were like, anyway.
yeah.
Um,
Honestly, I think if we knew about the editors, we would have definitely have probably raised our voices. But yeah, anyway,
yeah,
anyway,
probably.
we got a bunch of comments.
Comments. Okay.
So yeah, but
I'm a guess chat hates what one of the novels says about Narusaku, the scene where Tsunade says they couldn't. Oh, I know that. That's bullshit. Sorry,
Okay.
whoops. I don't know if I'm
Okay,
allowed to say that
I'll just
on
go through the comments now.
live.
Tenchi Bridge. Never heard any Narusaku mentioning any moments from that arc, at least not that often.
May I ask, how long are you in the fandom? I mean, how a part of the Naruto fandom overall, not necessarily in the Narusaku fandom.
Let's see. I think it was an often common thing talked about. Let's see, for at least us.
Because for us, it was a pretty big.
Oh yeah. Let's see, and you often going back to it to talk about Sakura's development via Hashiyama.
I mean, this is my cornerstone moment for not only for Narusaku but for Sakura as well, and for Naruto, and for it has so many layers, guys. It's Sakura, it's Naruto, it's Team 7, it's Naruto himself, Naruto's own psychology behind all of this. There are so many connecting lines and so many layers that you can peel out of the scene. Even Yamato's name, oh my god. Ugh. Anyway, I should shut up because there are many things and I cannot be concise, as you can see. Anyway,
let's see, but
it's a pretty big important moment.
The only thing I would say about this is that it seems like Tenchi Bridge nowadays seems to be a rather hated arc. One of the most infamous.
Plus Tenchi, wait, sorry, Tenchi, it's like heaven and earth.
But for example,
Narusaku symbolism. Anyway,
sorry. For example, one YouTuber I know from the Naruto community that's rather infamous, Daigo Knight. Let's see, I think Space has heard of him. Has even said that this is his most disliked arc. Let's see, but I'm not going to go on him. But
really,
he goes like, okay, this one was for you saying, well, to be fair, chat, for some fans, it's a win-win with their Naruto ships canon, and Boruto ships most likely going to be canon. Well, being canon and being good and being well written are two different things. But anyway,
hey man, we don't look at that.
Yeah, really, and this is something that I've learned myself through this experience, honestly, because as I said, ironically, having studies in the field of literature, then working in marketing and sales and things like that, and seeing how everything is behind closed doors, for me, the whole validation of canon means absolutely zero.
I mean, you could even argue some canon material is so disliked that some people wish it wasn't canon. But
anyway. I've said it. Thanks God, Narusaku is not canon in this kind of context.
Anyway, Space goes like, it feels like Shippuden Sakura was supposed to have feelings for Naruto, but when at some point Kishimoto turned around.
He does have feelings, but he did. Agree. That's something that I've said in my last analysis as well.
If I had to guess, it was some point after the Kage Summit arc, though. Where it is, I don't know. But anyway, and you've made true, but it's kind of hypocritical, though, if you think about it.
This comment was in connection with the fact that we were discussing, how the vessels for the plot changed, and then people are hypocritical about it, that they now like it, but then when it was when it was used in Narusaku's context, they're like, nah.
Okay. Anyway, Space goes, this moment does feel too high, though. The other moments have stronger impact than this. Okay.
Disagree, but okay. Everyone has their opinion. And you haven't heard me talk about it.
Yeah, right. I think he's just done so I'm not
partially.
Oh no. Well, everything's going to be a retcon to the last, but
It goes like, it's extra fun at these moments and every other soccer moment aren't damaged by the last retcon. It's funny that these moments and every other soccer moment aren't damaged by the last retcon, though. I think he's referring to how much the last damaged
The
this.
last did I don't know, man. I cannot. If I would have been like the fan that I am for NaruSaku, for Naruhina and Sasusaku, I would have hated the last so much.
Yeah, I would wonder if I would hate it or
Dude,
love it, but I probably would have hated it. But yeah, go on.
I don't
they
know. I mean,
shit on everyone with that one. Sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
just thinking though. I mean, we say that now, but I mean, when you're
Nah.
really
I don't say
no,
that now.
I
No,
don't say that
because
now.
I know Naruhinas and Sasusakus who were really disappointed back in,
Well,
2014.
NaruSaku fan, or I was gonna say Saku fans obviously hated the last because Sasuke didn't even appear in the damn thing. So
What, 5 seconds?
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Anyway.
5 seconds.
But yeah, even Naruhina fans, the nice ones usually, the ones who are like, how, I'm not going to say it here, but we all know they didn't mind. But the ones who really cared about the pairing, really cared about the writing, because and I was actually friend, I don't know how many other people were, but coming from my multi-shipper background, I stayed friends with some of them because we would care about the writing. For us, it would be analysis on the actual work and how it's being built and the functions of the character, so on and so forth. How those narrative devices work within the story, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so then when we saw that,
Right.
it was like, what is this? They're literally, but anyway.
Anyway,
No, fair
I just
point.
saw Space's comment saying 2 sons. Well, that sure is interesting. And then Blood Video Company says with Kishi
2
is
sons. Oh, I have so many things to say about that, but I have sorry to interrupt Blue once again. I have about 2 analysis written ones and a video one if you're curious. So yeah.
Okay. That's it. Anyway,
Blood
Video Company. I look forward to them when they come out. Blood Video says with Kishi, it's hard to know what was intentional, what he lands by accident.
Yeah. Can I disagree with this? Sorry to interrupt once again. It's actually very easy to pinpoint once you start looking at this story, not through the lens of our preferences, but through the lens of the structure of the story, the characters as these little elements that have a function. This is why I say, if you look at the story through emotional resonance, let's say like this, yes, this is why we have what we have today in Naruto fandom, the whole, wars and hatred and so on and so forth. But when you actually put that to the side and look at it through this as a mechanism, let's say, because this is why one of the series of analysis I'm preparing is also called Naruto Mechanics. You start to understand what is actually intentional and what is actually unintentional. And Kishimoto is pretty much intentional with many things. Where I saw his wishy-washy part was in, and this is something he admitted, in Sasuke's character. Because with Sasuke's character, he didn't know what to do. He actually, after he killed, what's his name, Itachi, he did say that he didn't know what to do with Sasuke. So then it was the whole, crush Konoha thing, which kind of like landed into the whole battle with Naruto, so on and so forth. You can see it then, but with the others, it's pretty on point. So
yeah. But yeah.
Anyway,
he probably went too far.
Too longer sense.
Yeah, I think Space was just saying true to regards to Blood's comment, and then he does another one. Because we have an example of Kishi writing romance in Samurai 8, and that time the romantic feelings with the princess feels for what's his name is literally an object that determines the power of the multiplier.
Well, oh man, I should start off. I'm
this
sorry.
Isn't Samurai 8. This ain't Samurai 8.
Too bad Lucky's not here.
Oh yeah, Lucky. I hope he's okay. Hi, Lucky. If you ever, listen to this. I also actually started reading Samurai 8, and I saw so many things that I wanted to write about in Kaika, because it felt like, what the hell happened? How did I have these? Because I didn't know Samurai 8 until 2 months ago.
Okay.
I planned Kaika somewhere in 2020. When I got the idea, it was like a download, and I said, okay, I gotta do this. So I wrote everything, so on and so forth. And then in 2020, what year was? Sorry, in 2026. Sorry, in 2025, when I got the idea to make the Kishimoto Decoded the Architect's Code series, I said I need to read more of Kishimoto's work, and I said, okay, let's start reading Samurai 8. And then I get to Samurai 8, and I see Kishimoto actually doing some things that I wanted to do with Sakura. And I was like, dude, I'm really reading this man's mind. To a degree that's scary for me as well, honestly.
Okay.
But there are so many even there you can see traces of NaruSaku, guys, and the whole, triangle within basically what he didn't manage to do in Naruto with explaining how he was planning to resolve the triangle in Team 7. He changed the creative expression, and he kind of showed us how he was planning to do that in Samurai 8, which unfortunately got cancelled. But anyway, moving ahead.
Anyway, I'm just going to quickly do this one with Space saying this is a reference to the novel that NaruSaku scene with Tsunade, which, yes, they couldn't work. Which
I know, it's so stupid.
Yeah, it's just a Betsy just to try and emphasize Sasusaku at that point, but yeah. And
no, it's not for Sasusaku. That one is they want to emphasize Naruhina more, because Hina is this nice, doesn't talk back girl. Sakura was demonized for, outspoken personality, and usually the girls who are like that in media generally.
Yeah, and it's a bit ironic because you've got basically Minato and Kushina, which Kushina is the most outspoken girl besides Sakura.
This is why I'm calling BS, but anyway.
Yeah.
What's so crazy about the whole Sakura thing for most people?
Yeah.
Basically, for everything that's wrong, apparently in their mind for Naruto, apparently is right for Sasuke in their mind. I don't quite understand it. I mean, Sasuke is even more reserved than anyone else in this whole series. So, I mean, even if you have someone outspoken, I mean, I don't know what that would have done for him. Even now, when they write him in these scenarios, he's never really he's never really written with Sakura half the time, and anytime he's kind of written with her, it's
she's healing him.
Yeah, it's either that or he's talking about things that he never really would have said in the first place, or they're there but they're not in like literally in the same room, basically. So
anyway,
it makes no sense.
Blood Viewer says knowing Kishi getting with Boruto and the purple hair girl is endgame, which arguably is that ditzy anime.
What's her name? Purple hair girl. Sumire.
Right? I don't even know if it is Kishimoto. Is he writing it still?
No, that's Ikemoto's work.
I was going to say.
I believe it's Sumire. I believe it's Sumire.
Yeah, I said Sumire.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway, sorry. Didn't hear you. Anyway, next comment. Manga Sada is boring lady compared to her anime self. At least that's what the walkie-talkie crew say. But yeah. Oh yeah, I think I remember that. Oh yeah. Sumire. Happa. No, damn, she's not that important. You don't even remember her name, Lo. I was going to remember his Well, Kishimoto didn't state that the fans didn't like Sakura, including female fans. Yeah, I think that was one example he used. But
yeah, he said so in Kobayashi interview in 2014. He was saying how he was receiving, and it's actually something that we discussed in my last video, Blue. How for some reason the only thing that Kishimoto thinks that was wrong with Sakura is that she wasn't pretty enough, which is like, why? Why does this information got to you? But though, and this is something that I want to touch in, as I said, my Naruto Unmasked series. I think this is a mix of, like you said, selective information plus the whole fandom drama that is reflected in how young girls are perceiving themselves. So then, because, the majority of the fandom hated Sakura, and it was always like, she's flat-chested, she's ugly, she's blah, blah. Given that the young girls would most probably identify with her since she's the main female character, they kind of like internalized all that hate, and then what they did is they radiated, let's say, that hate back at Kishimoto through those letters, where they would probably say that Sakura's annoying, Sakura's ugly, things like that. So it's kind of like this really poisoned feedback loop, which is kind of like, how it is with the self-fulfilling prophecy, the whole mechanism back on that. It's something similar in this case as well, where the fandom kind of like poisoned itself with not getting the Sakura that they wanted because of their own hatred, if it makes sense what I'm trying to say. My thoughts are not yet properly organized, but I'm hoping to bring that in a more.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, Blood Video says, when it comes to Kishin romance, the only romance he has pre-planned was that he brought a planned conclusion, was the one where the main girl was literally a tool object to the power of the main character. I think he might have referred to like Samurai 8 here, but
even in this case, I would say yes and no. We cannot make a fully educated guess on that one because it got cancelled. So he really, I will say it is hypocritical for NaruSaku fans to ship, Karin and Sasuke when there is no better than Sasuke. I would say I disagree with you there. Because there are differences. Anyway,
next comment is, your group was the Hinata fight. In the end, your end game was destroyed. So that must be how Kishimoto's wife feel. Oh yeah, she was probably not happy.
Was pissed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Kishimoto, in his own words, said that he caused a rift in his whole household. So you know what that means, a rift.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they're still married, I believe, but yeah,
of course, obviously.
Yeah. Of course, but it's like this definitely caused some problems at the time. And he goes like, and Blood Video says, only the last instilled from us that one last chance to see the main characters go from a big mission alone. And then he goes like, I mean, Naruto and Sakura aren't the same. They're like siblings. Let's say, or just nonsense, I say. And then this one will be controversial with you, chat, saying, I will say it's hypocritical for NaruSaku fans to ship Karin and Sasuke when it's no better than Saku.
And I would say that no, it's not, because it's not the same thing. And once again, people generally look at this, very surface level. I would disagree, and I have analysis coming up on those ones. I agree on the fact that Sasuke treated them wrong, both of them. But there's difference between Saku and Kari.
As you would say, there is layers to Sasuke.
Exactly. There's layers. I mean, but anyway, to each their point.
Yeah,
right.
I'll just set last one comment here saying, Karin is cool, but she suffers from the rush nature of Shippuden and the way Kishi handled the Sound Village. Like, sorry, how's the Sound Village not a real village with a tons of curse marks? But yeah.
Yeah.
And Powered Ninja's unreal, backstory for clear important new characters like Karin and Sasuke.
Dude, she was an Uzumaki.
Yeah, but yeah, arguably I might get to see if we ever get the chance to do so. Maybe I'll do a stream. Is Karin the most misunderstood character or something?
Karin is what Sasuke used to be, and Sakura used to be back in the day. And ironically, the entirety of the hatred comes from the Sakura fandom. And I say this as a Sakura fan, so
that's crazy too. But yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's time to the.
We're at part 4. Let's get to top 3.
Oh my god! Yeah, we lost the plot a little bit here.
Yeah, a little general discussion on Naruto and Sakura, but yeah, now is time for number 3, which is Sakura saving Naruto's life for CPR and all that stuff. Basically, the moment that Sakura has always feared the Nine Tails being extracted from Naruto in his battle against Madara, the other tailed beasts, he loses his Jinchuriki. Gaara, seeing that Naruto's still alive, tries to get him to Tsunade because, well, she's basically a Kage and best medical ninja in the world. But when he gets there, only Sakura can use medical ninjutsu still. So Sakura comes along and tries her best to keep Naruto alive, panicking him that he's about to die, doing everything she can to keep him alive. Let's see, pumping his heart, if you will, giving him CPR, all that kind of stuff, keeping him alive long enough. We're talking about how we're so close to your dream, so like they managed enough time to get to Minato, who was supposed to transfer the rest of the Nine Tails into him. Complications, of course, but eventually Naruto's got the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts and saved, if you will. But yeah, this is like the moment we put as our third one, and arguably it is perhaps the last big NaruSaku moment before the ending. let's see, there may be one or two moments you could count as NaruSaku afterwards, but this was like the last big true dramatic moment between these two.
Right. So, I mean, I think I had this 3. I'm pretty sure I did. Not that it matters, but no, I had it a little lower down. But I mean, that's not to put it against it.
I believe it's high up because of me, I believe, but yeah.
Right. And it's fair. I mean, it's not something that I would have argued against. I think maybe okay, when it first came out, this particular scenario, because it was mirroring Corinne and Sasuke,
yeah.
albeit a little differently, because Corinne just kind of gave up where Sakura was actually, attempting to keep things going. That felt like the final nail in retrospect for what Kishimoto's plans was for. Oh well, this is how things are going to go down.
Yeah.
I mean, because beyond that, there was really no other time because we were going to get into the actual climax at that point.
Yeah.
And there's no time to really settle any type of scenario at that point. So when this first came out, I know me, James, you, Blue, probably Steve. I'm pretty sure Steve was there, and then Chat, Rave, whatever you want to call him these days. I think it was James that was really prevalent on this being like the ceiling.
The final, yeah.
Yeah.
It was it wasn't the seal of approval. It was the final nail in our coffin. We just didn't know.
Well, our nail in our coffin was apparently Naruto's warm hand, but
yeah,
which was well before that.
Yeah.
But no, this felt at the time. And
So who knows if my theory proves to be true?
Right.
She's
Anyway.
referring to the infamous Tsukiyomi theory, but
we're going back to that, eh? Bordeaux's gonna finally solve all our problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to have Bordeaux solving anything. So I mean, for CPR. I mean, it's not supposed to be viewed as a romantic scenario. It's just supposed to be the kiss of life. It's supposed to bring you back to life. It's supposed to be anyone can do it. But I mean, to just,
But could anyone
you
do
picked
it,
Sakura.
at the same
You picked
time?
Sakura. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, you have, let's see, Naruto's heart in her hand, and she's giving him the
This
kiss
is
of
more
life.
symbolic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's not necessarily romantic in the what we understand romance to be.
right.
Yeah.
It's more like the how should I say? Anyway, finish because I'm gonna say when
So,
you're finished.
Yeah.
right. So yeah, I was gonna. So the only other thing I had to finish up with. Sorry, Blue, I'm cutting you off one last
No,
time.
that's fine. Go ahead.
To finish the only other thing that made this feel again is there was no reason to even include it, but Kishimoto decided to do it anyway, and that was to have Hinata charge the whole Naruto being, down, almost dying essentially, and then just having her fail to reach him compared to Sakura being able to, be in the vicinity and start doing what she was doing. So again, from a story standpoint and from a shipping standpoint, if you were going to conclude it, I could understand including that panel. If that wasn't the intention, I have no idea what that panel represents at all in that respect. Then
I think it was just Kishi being
putting his goofy nonsense in there.
No.
No, but his symbolism of
Yeah, it's a mix.
Yeah.
If I'm allowed to.
Okay.
No, you're good
Yeah.
now.
The only thing I'll probably say is, see, as far as I can tell, most NaruSaku fans didn't view it as a full-on romantic kiss. It was more of the Japanese fans that did, And to some extent, the Narahina fans are at least trying to say, "Oh no, this is some disgusting, let's see, fetish NaruSaku fans had at the time." At least I remember the reactions from there. Or they saying Hinata should have been the one to kiss Naruto. But yeah, anyway,
yeah, people really didn't understand. I admit from time to time when I want to be like boo hoo hoo, remember the kiss of life, and scare the aunties away. I bring this up, but
yeah, go on, chat.
this was, I mean, I agree that it mustn't be viewed romantic in the sense of, this is a lovely, lovely moment. No, it's more in the sense of what's the? I'm looking for a specific word right now, a specific construction, but I don't have that one word, and I don't know if I can properly say it right now, but I'm gonna try my best. One of the layers is, of course, the symbolism, is the kiss of life. And it mustn't be viewed as, the usual romantic kiss. No, it's that kiss that literally brings life to the person. And it's more like, I don't know if this is something that people kind of like identified in Kishimoto's work, which is another layer that I want to talk about in, I don't know, Naruto mechanics. I think I'm going to do it. I still have to decide. Kishimoto actually makes use of many cultures in his writing. It's not just, Japanese writing style in terms of their culture, but he's also making use of European fairy tales in here. And this is actually one of the moments that he makes use of the European fairy tales with, the Sleeping Beauty. Because the Sleeping Beauty, in this case, it's Naruto, because sleeping is also often a symbolic way of saying someone has died in our culture. And then, because we have Aurora in there, who, of course, what's his name, because I cannot remember the prince's name, comes and kisses her and she wakes up to life once again, so on and so forth. This is kind of like that. But a little bit of reversed, in terms of roles, because Kishimoto, one of the things I actually want to talk about in Kishimoto Decoded, the Architect's Code, is one of Kishi's favorite narrative devices, the inversion. And he uses a lot of inversion in his storytelling language, and he kind of like flips, the places. And this is why I said it's not romantic in the sense that, oh, it's lovely, lovely, but it is inspired from romantic fairy tales and symbolism. Whenever people think about romance, generally, they tend to only think, in the, how should I say, what's the word I'm looking for? The general cases, the general ways that were used to romance.
The big moments,
But it's
basically.
no, and that wasn't about the big moments. It was more about how people consume and how people understand romance. And I understand why they don't see this necessarily as romantic, because it's not fully romantic, and it's not that romance that we are used to. It's more like it elevates, if I may say so, to kind of like return a little bit into what I was talking about in my last analysis. This is love as transformation, love as elevation, or love as protection. In this case, Sakura literally protecting Naruto's life, literally being his lifeline, if you may say so. Literally being his heart. She literally actually has his heart in her hands. And in here, Kishimoto not only weaves the physical part of it, but also the metaphorical part of it. So we have them pretty much intersecting. And this love, it's love in the transcendental sense. It's not the earthly type of love that we usually talk about with all the attachments, so on and so forth, but it's that kind of love that transcends the boundaries of earthly realm, let's say like this. And it's just all encompassing. Even Junko actually describes Sakura's love for Naruto as all encompassing, which that it is, and in a way, this is why I'm not even mad at NaruSaku anymore. I used to be, of course, like any normal human being. But I'm not even mad that
still mad.
NaruSaku is not necessarily, canon in that sense, because the way Kishimoto built them, it's way above any, petty fights that we have in the fandom. And this is why this would probably be now I was thinking, oh, okay, I had that other moment in top 2, but then the CPR, and the CPR has also so much symbolism. I think this would be, I think, tied on my top 2 in the list if I were to say it. And I know I wanted to say one more thing, but I forgot, honestly. And who knows, maybe if we'll talk, I'll remember. But yeah, this is a
Also,
very
one of the moment I like about this is how it shows how much Sakura has come to believe Naruto's dream, and it's like we're so close to it now. That's like she wants to make sure he's still alive and all that.
yeah.
And in many ways, I do like how the chapter says the real end when this moment first started. It's like,
Yes, and I think, oh yes, I remember what I wanted to say. Thank you, Blue.
no problem.
We were talking about see, we were talking about earlier, because MangaReader was saying that he doesn't understand exactly what was with the panel, so on and so forth, with the kiss and everything.
I meant the Himanta panel. My bad. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I think. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I didn't understand why they included the Hinata panel, but
I think it was to show that, because remember, it's okay, because this is also part of the whole idea I wanted to make. It's kind of like this whole chapter versus the last.
right.
And hear me out. The idea is this: as you guys know, as you guys remember, probably or not, how did they advertise the last as finally Hinata's feelings reaching Naruto, with them kissing, so on and so forth. But then what does Kishimoto do in this chapter? He takes all the major plot points that the movie are made from, and he writes them here reverse. It's like, we know that the last wasn't Kishimoto's idea. He did say that it was Studio Pierrot's idea. So of course the entirety of the story was probably their idea, with Kishimoto here and there giving advice on so on and so forth. But then we have the kiss, right?
Yeah.
We have the kiss as a way to counteract the kiss that happens in the last. Of course, Kishi, given that he's not very forthcoming, let's say, like this, in terms of showing romanticism and things like that between the characters, he does it in this form of a CPR. What do we have besides that? We have Hinata tripping, not reaching Naruto after the last. What does it do? The last advertises the movie as Hinata's feelings finally reaching Naruto.
Oh yeah.
So as you can see, he's very subtle in the way but very on point and very intentional at the same time.
Yeah.
He's basically he's rebelling against what he has to do because of corporate overlords' demand, let's say like this.
Yeah.
In
corporate
his own way.
overlords.
Yeah, I definitely
His
agree.
editors.
I definitely agree with Blood Company that if the last should have been anything, it should have been one last mission for Team 7. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go to the comments now. At where was the last one? Oh blimey, they got a lot. Let's see. Karen is cool. Space was saying, I believe Sasuke X Khan should have been endgame if we use the same Sasuke argument why Saku's bad. We can get more to that down the line, I guess. But let's see. This is one's weird for me because I can't view it romantically, and I can't believe the panel making the kiss seem so important. It's so odd. And goes like, it's like if Izuku and Ochiko scene near the ending. I can't find it.
Hopefully you understand why the kiss is important and in what exactly context, and what do we mean when we say romance. It's not like romance per se, the lovely dovely part, as I said. Anyway, sorry, Blue.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the end. He goes like, it's like Izuka no Chiko near the ending scene. I can't find romance in it. It's meant to be viewed that way. It's why I wouldn't want a kiss in that scene. Fair enough. Luckily, Jitsi Koi didn't draw a kiss, but yeah. And goes like, to be fair, Kan couldn't really do much to help Sasuke compared to the god tier healer that is Sakura. Well,
I mean, in a way, yes and no. At the same time, let's not forget that Karin literally replenished Tsunade's seal reserves, and she still had life force for herself. She still, awakened the chains, so on and so forth. The only problem was that Sasuke was too far away to dying, so that he wasn't, able to bite from her, so that he can, But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. The walk. Gotta love how the walk keeps. You see, synthetically going back and forth when it comes to setting up character arcs.
Schizophrenically.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a mess, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. And Space saying, I remember Blue Star talking about this thing in the walkie-talkie Discord because it's one of the chapters of this was called True Ending or whatever. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then he says, on the other hand, that Hinata pain fight in the anime made up was cool. Like the scene that was decent at building tension and making you believe Hinata will succeed before she doesn't. Arguably, it's good, but I think they went over the top in that one, if you ask me.
Yeah. She literally gets, blitzed in 2.5 seconds, if they last as much.
Yep.
Or one shot. Let's say like that.
Yeah. Space says it was more of a Japanese fans that viewed this as romance. I wonder why. Well, unfortunately, I haven't enough fight shut down.
Exactly. It's not. This is what I was saying. It's not that it's necessarily romantic per se. It's the symbolism behind it.
Yeah, Japanese people are a little more different when it comes to, the culture is a little more different.
It's exactly. It's the cultural aspect to it.
Yeah, we had a few Japanese fans.
Remember what was his name? I miss him. I wonder if he's okay.
I think there's also was it Maggie or Maggie? Something
yeah, her.
It's so long.
We had. What was his name? God, I miss him.
Oh yeah, but yeah, unfortunately,
forums.
Yeah, unfortunately, the NaruSaku forums appear to have shut down. But yeah. And there's Space going like, the closest moment I can compare the scene is to another anime, and the scene is where Ohime tried to heal and fail at with Ichigo after the hole was put in his heart by Ukiola. Okay.
Sorry. Pause. Another thing.
Yeah.
You know what's really interesting and why I say Kishimoto is very intentional? Imagine this. Sakura can literally, and we saw with, what's his name? Obito, can literally share her Byakugo. And she could have done that in the moment, literally share her Byakugo, her life force with Naruto. She didn't have to kiss him necessarily. But then kiss, quote unquote, kiss him. But then, Kishi was mischievous like that.
Oh,
and said, oh, so you want to make those guys kiss? Okay, let me have these guys, quote unquote, kiss, of course, under the whole CPR thing. In my humble opinion, of course.
It's fair enough.
Yeah. Anyway, next comment here says, I used to read the manga more in Spanish and remember how much Sakura was disliked early on. I think the reason why is that mostly because she doesn't do much, like she suffers a ton from lack of fights. Yeah, arguably, that is one of the biggest problems. Yeah. And it still baffles me how Kishimoto never planned another fight for her after Sasori. Even when the third data book showed it was the third most popular fight at the time.
Literally, I don't understand. This is why we were probably Blood wasn't here when we were talking about this earlier. This is exactly what we were talking about, the fact that for some reason to Kishimoto's ears, he only got the information that the reason people hate her is because she's ugly. No, it was because of the lack of fights. You underutilized your heroine, like duh. But anyway, I digress.
He underused a lot of his
And Spice, to be
female
fair,
characters.
True, but then that's because this is something I was actually discussing with someone else on my last video. People do say that he underutilized a lot of characters, but we must think about this in this perspective. Characters, at the end of the day, are narrative devices.
Right.
And characters, we have main characters, we have secondary characters, which usually are support characters, and then we have tertiary characters, and then we have like those characters who appear, depending on whatever the context needs them.
Right.
There's a name for that one as well, and I cannot remember it now. Right
Look,
now.
the part
Um,
that, oh, sorry.
yeah.
You're
Go
still
ahead. Go
going.
ahead. No, go ahead.
All I was gonna say is that okay, so here we've got people complaining about Sakura, and it's
Mhm.
okay, fine. People are saying not enough fights, but
Yeah.
then you have again, Ino's kind of popular with people, albeit maybe to a lesser degree than obviously Hinata, who only ever.
To be fair, though, is written really good. All things
I mean,
considered.
she is pretty good when she shows up. She's not.
Yeah.
Other than her weird, also Sasuke obsession that wasn't as. She had like one really bad scene, which was when they put Sasuke on the wanted list or whatnot. She was the one more devastated than Sakura in that respect.
True.
But yeah, you got, and then I mean, Tenten's always forgotten, sort of speaks, but then you got Tamari, who's maybe like the number 2 popular character, and sure she fights, but she didn't fight nearly as much, and she maybe even had kind of less screen time than either Hinata or Sakura at that point. But again,
But
it's just,
then what happened in the fights that she
I mean, she
appeared?
wins, so she didn't really need
There you
too
have
many.
it.
Yeah,
Yep.
she won without needing a lot of outside help, whereas some people would
So
argue Sakura needed out.
I think
I
this
get it,
is- Yeah.
but it's just
I think
pointing.
this-
It's just pointing out.
No, you do have a point, and you
Yeah.
have a great point actually. And I think we need to look this in from a sociological, psychological perspective at this. In the sense that generally, what do people do when they read these things? They read because they want to identify with a certain
With
character.
someone, yeah.
Exactly. So then, I mean, I've been there too until I grew up and I started looking at this. Dude, this is just a story. Chill, you're not there.
From a
And this
plot
happened
point,
with Naruto. I think it's like, gosh, Naruto put a spell on us, and we all went cuckoo. Luckily, I went away, and anyway,
Yeah.
so then when they look at these characters, of course they identify with the characters, and then people hate admitting that they're weak, that they have strengths and weaknesses, and if they see someone as being weak from the beginning, they
Right.
tend to kind of like be repulsed maybe, because look what happened to Sakura. Sakura wasn't strong from the beginning. She has great writing in terms of development, in terms of blah, 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 what's the word? Thematic development. But then when it comes to the fights, she kind of lacks. And then when it comes to the emotional development, she was going great until Kishimoto regressed her, and here we are back to square one. But because she was weak, physically in the beginning, in a manga where we talk about elites, clans, and things like that, people are like, ew, we hate you because you remind us of how weak we are and how human we are and how we want to live in this fantasy world that makes us feel strong and powerful. We want to be the Jinchuriki. We want to be this cool guy Sasuke who looks how smart and strong and cold he is, and so on and so forth. Because not only that, but Naruto himself wasn't really much loved at some point. And look, especially nowadays, it's like this train of hate towards Naruto. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you guys? This is like the coolest character ever. He's like literally the sunshine of the story. He's like Ninja Jesus. You know, because there's a reason why, you know, people do this kind of joke, because it's true. It's at some point it even pisses me off. Like, dude, do something, be mad or whatever. But we rarely see that with Naruto, because he really does, you know, do his best to be good. And even Kishimoto himself said that, you know, he feels that maybe Naruto is not that realistic because he kind of wants to, he's kind of like too idealistic as compared to Sasuke. And I think even Kishimoto himself is a little bit wrong in this sense. Yes, he may be idealistic, but there are a lot of people in this world who are like that. And in my opinion, those are the people that we need in this world. Because to be cold and to be snarky and to be, you know, judgy and whatever, it's easy.
Hope not.
But then to actually put the work of, you know, controlling the, I don't know, let's say animalistic instincts you have, and the urge to do something bad to someone, people have no idea how hard that is. To actually, you know, restrain yourself, which Naruto does a lot, and he doesn't get the credit he deserves because of that. Anyways.
Anyway, I'm just going to go to scrim through some of these comments. To be fair, though, Sakura's the only reasonable woman who can do it this moment besides Tsunade. And it says, right through the heart, and you're to blame. It's doing a song quote there. Blood Company says, Bleach is like a different convo. Ohime's character suffers from Waco Mundo being a less good arc than Soul Society. Also, rehash and the two got a lot less characterization while trapped. And the main antagonist of the Soul Society is Rukia's conflicted brother, meaning her capacity is more meaningful, and Orihime has no connection to any of the villains in the arc that she's central to. But this is probably a conversation they're having, with saying Orihime starts having moments with Ukiura, and that starts to have a whole heart thing. And he goes, I agree, like those. Let's see.
I love that moment so much. Sorry.
Yeah, but none of those questions of loyalty and what does the one's loyalty belong to family or friends, one's society means a military organization. Arguably, there's a bit more deeper connection there with Bleach and with Rukia and Etsy. But and Space says, well, of course, since it isn't just Soul Society, and there's also the lack of guilt. Rukia feels like she's broke the rules of a military organization. Okay, and then goes, but did Kishimoto needed to do the last retcon though? But
it wasn't Kishimoto who did it, though.
Yeah, but yeah,
that's the point.
If only James would have ever sent me that file, or if he ever had been able to keep that file, because I guess the pamphlet had like a whole lot of crap that made it sound like it was, even though it was a retcon, they made it sound a lot more demeaning in that respect. But he can't really ever find. He could never find it again. But it was the whole idea that it wasn't really Naruto falling in love; rather, he was just guilted into.
Oh yeah.
Being into.
To me, that looks more like guilt and more like, oh, you weren't, grateful. Look, you had someone who loved you from the very beginning, and you should be so grateful. And and it's all sorry, I get carried away.
No, that's exactly what it essentially was written down as. It was like, oh, the genjutsu that was put under that shouldn't have even worked in the first place. Was that the fact that it was supposed to reminisce on Naruto and all the things that he missed? Yeah.
What if it's not Infinite Tsukuyomi and it's another genjutsu though?
Who knows? I mean, granted, there's a new ability, omnipotence in Boruto, so who knows? There's all kinds of Otsutsuki BS powers now.
Crap that they could make. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to make the new Infinite Tsukuyomi theory.
Yeah.
And anyway, I'm curious what you guys think about it because I have so many ideas. Anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, Blood Company says, but no, I didn't. But no, he didn't. But he did. Like Studio Parrot gets away with so much. Let's see, such S word when it comes to their designs of Hinata, who was how old during Shippuden, and again they gave us so much. And
dude, she was meant to be like, sorry to interrupt, this frumpy character, and then you turn her into, I don't know, next American top model.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Studio Parrot has a problematic fetish with Hinata, but anyway, Space Girl's like, oh, this is, I think, what you were talking about earlier about characters being hated. And so I was like, oh, God, yes. People hate Naruto like crazy because of the beginning of the story. Like, he's a crybaby, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, people hate emotions, dude. Like,
Yeah.
people hate the goodness in other people. What kind of fucked up world are we living in? Sorry to
It's the one
use,
that's to live too long in the strong man mentality, I think. But
but nah, strong man. What makes you strong? The fact that you hate someone for having feelings like
probably
good.
all-
I don't know. In my, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, for all the questionable shit that people will bring up about My Hero Academia, Hidori
Midoriya.
Hiroki, yeah, well, Midori, but I'm just talking about the author in general. He
Oh,
actually, I think it was Hirokoshi, I think is what his name.
Horikoshi.
Yeah.
Horikoshi.
He actually had like, for all these characters, he wrote them pretty well, damn it. So
Yeah.
So I've heard, and what I've seen, from the margins, let's say like
Yeah.
this, from the,
Yeah.
not the margins, this is a Romanian word for it, not even Romanian English. What's the word in English? From the sidelines. Yeah, thank
Yep.
you. Because I have, other friends who were super into My Hero Academia. And to be honest, what I've seen in My Hero Academia is everything I wanted to see in Naruto.
Right.
Everything.
Yeah. Anyway,
So I kind of regret not following up because after Naruto, I said like, nah, I'm not gonna trust.
Well, at least
Shueisha
this
author
way,
ever.
I'll say this: My Hero Academia, I think, is a decent beer manga, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed in the ending like you were with Naruto. Like with Naruto.
No, I
but
think
yeah.
I would have loved it. I saw the ending pages
Oh, yeah.
here and there. I didn't,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I loved it. That's why I say.
really,
Anyway,
I was gonna say, yeah.
I'm going to just continue Space's comment saying, I like the emotional characters, which is why I enjoy superheroes, and I love Izuku. People just denying that it's just awful or something. And then going here, Koshi. And I think it's time I go on to like number 2. What is our number 2 spot? What is our number 2 moment?
I do plan to do that at some point. Sorry, I was replying to Space.
Right.
But I do plan to read.
Right.
And the number 2 spot is, are you his girlfriend? In which,
Okay.
let's see, this
I wouldn't have expected that.
yeah, but this is the moment where after Sakura doing a bit of a rousing
No, I
speech of
didn't.
why we need to like support Naruto and stuff, as the Tailed 10 tells us about to do his Tailed Beast Bomb, Minato arrives to save them, showing that everyone that he's been resurrected from the war. Sakura at first concerned that another 10 stays here, but Minato says, don't worry, I am on your side. And curious about how Naruto and Sakura seem quite close, ask, are you by chance Naruto's girlfriend? And Naruto says, that's more or less it, but Sakura, of course, gets annoyed. Now, granted, doesn't deny it, still hits him, and this gives Minato a thought that, okay, this girl reminds me of Kushina, confirming that Sakura indeed is a girl like Kushina.
Right.
Now,
But it was only the tsundere part. I'm sorry.
but let's see. Now this is arguably my favorite moment. I'm going to be honest here, and let's see. And this was arguably the first big NaruSaku moment for me when I flipped from Naruhina and Sasusaku to Naruhina, and it was actually quite close to my birthday as well, to be honest. But yeah.
Oh, look at you
That
getting such a
late?
nice
Wow.
present.
Yeah, Kishimoto, you gave me a present. Yeah.
Only to take it away at the end.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Blue.
Yeah, it reminds me that one time I canvassed for a local councillor only for her to defect to another party 3 weeks afterwards. And I found out on my birthday, no less. But anyway, I'm not getting into politics. But yeah, for me, this moment, well, it's more of a comedic moment. It's not a very serious and dramatic. I think it was like a moment NaruSaku fans need at the time because you had all those Naruhina handhold hand game canon. Now, granted, you did have Road to Ninja, and everyone heard that it was a NaruSaku movie. But this moment here sort of helped rekindle NaruSaku fandom at the time, especially this gets confirmed because the one debate going on that at the time was who was Kushina like, and many people, and everyone knew that if whoever Kushina was compared to was likely going to be the end game pairing because it was like find a girl like me, and everyone was arguing about this and that about what was similar with Kushina. I think you might have had Naruhina fans saying, "Oh, she was kidnapped like Hinata," but NaruSaku fans, of course, saying that Kushina disliked Minato, but then let's see, fell in love with him after complimenting her insecurity, kind of like how Naruto did. So you had stuff like that, and let's see, when Naruto, basically Kushina's husband, let's see, asking his son, "Is this girl your girlfriend?" confirmed that yeah, Sakura and Kushina are a lot alike. Arguably, there's a lot more better dramatic moments, but for me, this is my personal favorite moment. So yeah. But anyway, why do you guys like this scene? Let's see, I'll let you go on now. So yeah.
That's fine. I was doing that for a couple of my picks. So okay, this one actually was on my okay, this was actually my number 2. So that's why we kind of agreed to put it here. Well, first off, as Blue said, this was basically the comp of, oh hey, yeah, Sakura's like Kushina. I know everyone on the internet likes to be like, oh well, Sakura's drawn just like Sasuke's mother, or Hinata had long hair. I mean, that was the only argument for Kushina, was the long hair for some reason. The whole cooking thing, I don't know, that's probably more filler at that point.
Yeah, the anime made Hinata this great cook and Sakura a terrible cook.
Yeah. But for me, it's higher up there because we went this whole time up to this point after the confession of people being, oh, Naruto hasn't really interacted much with Sakura, albeit, again, he hasn't really interacted much with Sakura. And I think it was
Hinata, right? You were talking about Hinata?
No, I'm talking about the confession.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
For Sakura's confession, Naruto hadn't, at this point, really talked to Sakura after being like, I hate people who lie to themselves. I mean, he did kind of interact. I mean, obviously he acted with her when he saved her from Sasuke in the Land of Iron. But after that, it was really like, oh, we don't actually know what his... Did he move on from her feelings because he said he hates people like that lie to themselves, or was that just a means of, oh hey, stop lying, I know you're not being truthful to me here, I'd hate you if you don't tell me what you're really on about, or something like that. But yeah, this one more or less sealed the deal that yeah, Naruto still had feelings in the manga for Sakura at this moment. And then beyond that,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. Beyond that, it was just nice to. I mean, she got to meet his father in this respect. I mean,
she got to meet
that's the symbolism. Yeah, that's the symbolism, guys. So, I don't know. I think it's really just beyond that. I'm sure I'll probably think of something after the fact, but I'm more than guarantee that you'll hit on that, chat. I'm more than confident.
Yeah. So,
even if this isn't your top 2,
I don't know if I'd put it that high, but it is an important
right
moment. And let me tell you, besides the other thing with Sakura finally being confirmed as the girl that's like Kushina, because Kushina said, find a girl like me, not like your father. Although Sakura, as I've proved it numerous times, she also shares traits with Minato, especially in the way they're like super smart, in the way that their arsenal comes from the Uzumaki, in the way that they both fight on very precise moments. They have this their style of fighting relies very much on precision. They are the support of the Jinchuriki. They are very much in the sense of what's the word I'm looking for here? Another part of their fighting style is analyzing the opponent and their fighting style patterns. This is something that they both have. So Kushina, and because people usually say, oh, well, Naruto is like Kushina, so he doesn't need someone else who is like Kushina. Yeah, but Sakura is not just like Kushina. Sakura is also like Minato, so they're interchangeable in there.
Yeah, I think it's just why often when fans do a NaruSaku kid, Shinachiku is often a mix of Sakura and Minato, if you will.
Exactly.
The joys of not wanting to date your mother, but then comparing said character that you like to his mother. So it's a lose-lose scenario in that respect with that line.
Yeah, exactly. So we're not allowed to do that, but you're allowed to do that. And then if that works, oh well, they're like they'd be similar. So then we need to have her be similar to Minato, though Minato is calm and composed. Hinata is shy and has what's that phobia called? Anyway, which are not the same thing. But I
Right.
digress. And the other reason, the other layer to this is remember how everyone says that, oh, well, Naruto rejected Sakura because he said he hates people who lie to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yet, guess what this moment in here proves is that he actually didn't reject Sakura's confession. Um, he was pissed at her. Yes, they had that tension moment because I think that moment in there is the actual, how people say that there's a litmus test to a situation. Sakura's confession is the litmus test of Naruto's manga. And this is something that I also want to talk about in, I think, Naruto Mechanics. I don't know, we'll have to see. But this moment here proves that Naruto didn't reject Sakura's confession. On the contrary, he actually got to accept it. Of course, Kishimoto hides it once again between these layers of ha 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 comedic moment. And people, are like, oh, yeah, it's a comedic moment. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, really? Strip away the comedy. What does the psychology of the moment teaches you? Well, it teaches you that actually Naruto views Sakura as his girlfriend. Yeah, but then why? Well, think about it. He has a pause here. He says, He kind of thinks about it. He doesn't give the answer right away. And then he says, I suppose you could say that. Well, why would that be? Could it be that the girl actually confessed? So technically, since she confessed, and in their culture, that is seen as like, girlfriend and boyfriend material, and Naruto saying yes, doesn't that tells us as readers that, are capable of interpreting these scenes that he actually accepted Sakura's confession? Mm? 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 Anyone?
I mean,
But
it's
yeah, anyway,
doable. It's a doable
yeah.
argument.
People rarely think about this because they only see somehow people are most of the cases or at least in my experience, maybe I haven't had enough experiences, but um they're always drawn to the negative side of it. Oh, he said he likes people who lie to them hates people who lie to themselves. Yes, at that point, he didn't have the entirety of the information. He felt that something was missing, and indeed, something was missing because Sakura was protecting him from the truth. But the truth was that they meant to kill Sasuke, which
And Naruto
that
did
does,
not react well to that.
yeah, but
Sorry, go
that
on.
does, it's okay, it's no worries. But that doesn't mean that she was lying about her feelings. For some reason, people made this kind of connection. Oh, she's hiding this, then she's mean. She, if anything, she was lying about the whole situation with Sasuke, not
Yeah.
about the whole situation with,
I think I know we
her.
covered it because you were away at the time, and with the confession being number 10, which is what I had to convince to be put on this list.
Really? Oh,
I
I love that
actually had
moment.
to convince. Yeah, I'm like,
Man, there are so many psychological layers to this. I'd
yep.
love to pick them up. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, basically the whole idea was that, and again, me and Blue discussed that. Yeah, there was no follow up to it, and I had said that I think the follow up was actually the original reason for why it came place or got introduced in the first place, which was again self insert Kishimoto moment for Sai was him being like, "Oh, hey, Naruto's got deep feelings for you, and that's what's causing all this inner turmoil situation."
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually
Sai and
wrote it
Karin, the most two misunderstood characters in the series.
Side,
honestly. Yeah. There's a name for that, and I actually wrote an analysis like 2 or 3 months ago on my Twitter, a short analysis.
Nice.
God, I don't remember the name right now, but usually, as you said, we can see it as, let's say, the self insert right now. Like
Right.
there's a more literary name that I cannot remember sadly right now.
I
Sometimes
think
I have
Word
to
of
Google because
God, some of it sometimes labeled as
the word of God is a little bit more different than
for,
this.
for yours. I'm just saying that that's another term that I know
But yeah,
for it.
yeah. In a way, I guess you could see it like that as well. Let me.
Self insert? Is it maybe? No, wait.
No, I said
Um,
self-inserted initially, but
Okay.
There's Sai. Where is it?
author's intent otherwise. But so anyway, he came to the conclusion that it's not
Yeah.
like she was lying about her confession. It was maybe she was just lying about the scenario at hand. So yeah, me and Blue, we definitely covered that. And I'm not saying that you don't have to say it because you weren't here for that moment. I just wanted to let you know that we did actually pick up on that.
Great.
We did some literary analysis. My job was
That's
done
great.
for the day.
Yeah.
Yay!
Anyway.
I love that.
Anyway, I'm just going to get to the comments now because there is quite
That's
a fair
okay.
share of them.
Oh my god!
Yeah, about let's see, hold on, 25. Let me just get me. Let's see, where is
we covered that one. Hinata was comparable to Minato.
Let's see. Okay, let me just
Oh yeah,
find.
no.
Okay, Shoki. Let's see, chat. Can you go watch and read My Hero Academia? The 10th anniversary's just recently passed, so you should enjoy the series. Okay, maybe she will, but I think let's see if she gets the chance. And Blood, I was like, oh god, this scene gets so retconned later on. I think that's referring to this. And it's just like this scene. Fuck the last retcon. Yeah. Let's see. Space. Well, maybe not a necessary NaruSaku shipper hates that movie just as much as NaruSaku fans. Let's see. Walk memes and Naruto's meant to be a mix of Minato and Kushina. Sakura still has traits of Kushina, and it's like she has Minato's traits too. And he goes, can we talk about the opposite moment for this? Okay, Sakura being asked if she's seeing someone and thinking of Sasuke. You know, this one. Ooh, let's see. Okay, that might be that one's let's see, for some people thought, oh, Sakura still loves Sasuke. I would probably argue that I think she's thinking, great guy, huh? Because at the moment, probably in her mind, Sasuke is not a good guy. Though some might even argue that this is the moment that Kishimoto went with this pairing. But go on,
I actually looked at the Japanese of that. I don't have another Japanese. I talked to someone, and it was hard to explain it in a way, but I'm trying to make it as coherent, let's say, as possible. The sense of that, the translation of that, is something like, let's say, so if you love him, he must be a great guy. That's how they translate it, if I remember correctly, in English. But in Japanese, there's more the sense of, how should I say, and even in English, if you think about it a little bit, it's in the sense that every guy Sakura loves, if she loves someone, because the guy who comes and brings Sakura the letter considers her to be so lovely, such a lovely young girl, right? So it means that any guy she loves must be a great guy. So then, if you know at some point that you loved someone who's not such a great guy, wouldn't you think about it in the context of what that person said? And it's like, well, not every guy that I have loved in my life, or love in general, irrespective of time and space, is a great guy. So you see, once again, it's a really, really, really nuanced scene in there, which it doesn't necessarily, disproves her love for Naruto or contradicts her love for Naruto. We must remember that Sakura is literally the embodiment of love in this story, with all its positive and negative, let's say like this, influences, layers. There's another word I'm looking for, but I cannot remember it right now. Sorry. But you got the point. So this is what it happens, and I think this is the same thing that happens with when Sakura confesses to Naruto. Yamato has that reaction, and people are like, "Oh, even Yamato was, he was about to throw punches with Sakura," and I was like, "Oh my god." I'm not gonna develop too much. I'm not gonna spoil that much because I want to bring an entire analysis on that specific subject.
Okay.
To debunk that, but it's kind of like the same layered nuance that it's happening in that scene in 540. Yeah, that's the chapter 540 for Naruto, when the love letter and the scene happens.
Anyway, I'm just going to go to the next comment. Honorable mention is the anime of Obito saw Sakura like win. Again, another power to Obito and Naruto with their crushes. Yeah, arguably, yeah. Obito, Sakura and Rin are very similar. I will admit, I think it's a crime that Kishimoto didn't include some more parallels between the two. Like at least having Obito comment that. But
dude, their name tells you everything. That Rin Nohara and Sakura Haruno, they both contain the field.
Oh yeah.
One means cold field, the other one cherry blossom field.
Yeah, I do wonder if Kishimoto didn't reduce Sakura.
They're both medic ninjas. They both,
Yeah, but yeah,
you had them.
It's in the face basically. The only thing is different is maybe the personalities to some extent. But yeah, but the only thing I'd say is I wonder if some of Kishimoto's content for Sakura would have involved interactions with Obito more. But yeah, but
I know we don't talk about it enough, and obviously it's because this isn't canon. God help me when I have to say that. But I mean, I feel like it's a disservice if we don't at least bring it up, maybe as an honorable mention, is like, how the last was written by Kishimoto. Or not the last, Road to Ninja. Road to Ninja, obviously. Yeah. We've been talking about the last so much. I'm like, oh, shit. No, Road to Ninja being his way of how he was originally wanting to write the story or some crap like that, I think is how it was written. Or maybe not like have it
things that he wanted to include. But
yeah.
But yeah, arguably, maybe at some point I'll do a sequel of top 10 NaruSaku moments in anime and movies. But let's see. For now, I'll continue with the comments.
What I'm just saying from his writing point. But yeah.
Any logical reading of Hinata kidnapping scene, it has a ton of issues like, why does the story call the random guy the leader of the Cloud Village? Or why would anyone in the honor of peace on the other side honor peace from the other side that broke it day one? Arguably, yeah, I think arguably when you think about Hinata's story, there are aspects other than the Hyuga affairs, some stuff doesn't really make much sense long term. But yeah, but I think the head Cloud Ninja was just a rank that they just had between Jonin and the Kage, but it was never addressed when.
And that was more, that was more in the context of.
Well, that was part 1 for sure. So there was no.
No, it wasn't part 1. It was part 2, and it was brought up as a way to. The kidnap was in part 2.
Oh yeah, when Naruto tried to beg for Sasuke to be spared from the
and then Yamato goes, "Well, we forgave you when you did this, and that."
Right.
So that was more in the context of the, the political conflict, and somehow people connected it to the romantic subplot because why not?
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. Also, did Kakashi fight in the war against the Cloud Village? Maybe in the third war, but we only ever saw him fight.
We can't say that for sure, though.
Yeah, but yeah, it's more of Minato we saw fight basically nearly every ninja. But yeah, oh yeah, Space says another honorable mention. Tsunade saying Jiraiya turned Naruto and the mini him, and Jiraiya says that Tsunade turned to Sakura and her mini her. Arguably, I put Reunion in my top 10, but it didn't make the list this time. Sasuke. Blood Count video says Sasuke is the edgier version of what his name is, the blue head guy, Dan?
No, 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 no. I'm sorry, but no.
We don't even know
No.
what Dan's personality ultimately was
No,
until like
Dan
way
was
late.
pretty much
Till way
laid
late.
back,
Yeah.
but I'm sorry, no, canonically, he's being paralleled with Naruto. End of story.
Oh yeah, but the particular
Remember
Hokage thing.
Tsunade search arc? They're
Yeah,
literally put there. His dream is to be a Hokage because he wants to protect the village and he wants to protect Tsunade and he loves Tsunade. And they're like, no,
That was
no,
the whole
he's nothing
necklace
like
thing.
Sasuke.
Yeah.
Exactly.
arguably Tsunade had 2 Narutos in her life. But yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know why.
Was it her
No,
brother or was it her cousin?
I'm referring to
Nawaki.
Jiraiya and
Yeah.
Dan, but let's see. But the brother could also brother, but not in the romantic sense. But yeah,
I'm not talking about romantic, but I'm just
No,
talking
no, no.
about
He was.
that
There was
necklace. Right?
Nawaki. Yeah,
Yeah.
Nawaki had the necklace. She gave
Yeah.
it first to Nawaki, and then Nawaki died. Then she gave it to, what's his name,
Dan.
Dan,
and then, but yeah,
he passed
Dan and
away.
Sasuke. Nah,
No,
sorry.
it's too bad that necklace
I
was.
went a little bit over the board. I now realize. Sorry about that.
But yeah. Anyway, next comment: the fact that Minato assumed Sakura's Naruto's girlfriend just to the first look is pretty crazy. It's like, yeah, he says there's something going on between these two. I gotta ask.
That's a
And
dad
It's not
moment
like
for sure.
girlfriend and boyfriend moment. Are you?
Yeah, let's see. But yeah, any dad would be curious about a girl next to their son, and vice versa.
So remember what we used to talk about this back in the day. I don't know if you guys remember, but if we remember at some point when the whole pain arc stuff happens, Minato, sorry, says that he's been looking from inside of him. So that means that Minato has been seeing these entire things between, Naruto and Sakura. So then it makes sense why he kind of like asks, "Are you Naruto's girlfriend?"
But did Minato actually keep the memories from that? Let's see, that was inside Naruto, because I don't know. I think Kishimoto's a bit unclear with like.
I
if
don't
he
Yeah,
think
true with
so.
that part, but it was, something that we used to discuss about.
I mean, it could work. It could work, but I don't know. I don't know if it works. Only because, again, if he was watching Naruto and he retained the memories, then he should have at least known Sakura's name. I don't think he knew it upon seeing her at that point. So, so I don't necessarily think. I think that was like his subconscious being connected to Naruto, but I don't think it passed on into the spirit realm.
Unless you could argue the spirit that bit that disappeared.
Unless it goes, yeah.
It's somewhat inside of him, but he doesn't quite remember it.
Right.
That's it. I don't know. That's just
True. As for example, as Space says, yeah, it's unclear. Sorry, if Edo Minato has the same memories as Chakra Minato.
Anyway,
good point.
Can we just talk about the death of Neji scene and the weird writing around it? Yeah, that scene sucks.
Stupid.
It is the worst major death.
He has the full body blown technique where he just,
yeah,
could have,
and then
anyway,
he died to be a dead Cupid. Let's see. I remember when Narahina tried to say Hinata is similar to Minato. They still do, if you ask me.
Yeah, and they're still wrong about it. But anyway,
she's not analytical. I mean, they could try to make her analytical, but she's not analytical.
No.
And that's what Minato is. He's an overly overthinker that puts too much thought into things.
Yeah. And he also goes like, but let's see, in reply says, one, having a personality of a log milk toast, because the fourth Hokage milk toast personality seems to be much only half of the guy, and it seems he's quite cold when fights. Yeah. Minato's a beast when he's in action. Let's see, it's a reason why the stone says flee on sight if you encounter him.
Exactly. Yeah. Show me someone who says flee on sight when they see Hinata.
Yeah.
No.
Nothing romantic here, bros. Bros. And it's like, let's be honest here. Sakura was replaced with Hinata in the scene. We know the Narahina fans would have eaten this up. Oh, yeah.
Of course. Like, duh.
Well, the anime tried to pinpoint that Hinata has healing.
Don't remind me about that. Oh my god.
So does Ino a little bit too.
Me. Well, Ino actually does in the manga as well. No, at least to her point.
Basic crap, yeah.
Yeah, it's hinted off early on with Ino with that, but yeah, go on.
Right.
Anyway, Anyway, I think that's all the comments caught up. So now we can get to the number one NaruSaku moment that we have picked.
I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
hug.
and
Oh,
it
before
is
he did
none
it.
other the hug after pain.
I love this scene, but
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not gonna go.
Yeah, basically after Naruto had his talk with Pain, got him to revive the village, everyone that was assumingly dead, Ritzy was brought back to life. Let's see, Naruto returned, where everyone treated him like a hero, and Sakura, who had called out Naruto's name after the village was destroyed, let's see, thinking that only he can now
Man, I
save
love
them,
that.
shows up, if you will, and after like everything he'd done, hitting him in for being reckless again, but at the same time hugging him in front of the entire village, thanking him for everything he's done. And arguably, this is for many people their favorite scenes, and some people the reason why they started shipping NaruSaku. And I wouldn't be surprised if me in the village at the time was thinking, this is Naruto's girlfriend, given how you got many of the youngsters that were around celebrating Naruto earlier were sort of like either smiling or blushing, if you will.
The
from that
whole
hug.
thing was very romantic.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
whole setup.
Yeah, from my understanding, in Japan, these displays of affection of only really out in public are only really reserved for couples, not like friends or siblings. Maybe siblings, but if it's not like a relative, it is like a sign of romance. But I can't really recall if that's correct or not. But yeah,
I know hand holding is for sure,
but yeah, arguably this was a very very powerful scene for NaruSaku fans, and arguably you can see why it's in the favor. But yeah, MangaReader, you have your thoughts. Go on.
Oh, goody. So when me and Blue were discussing this, I think we had it reversed. He had hug 2, I had girlfriend 2, he had girlfriend 1, I had girlfriend 2.
I think it was actually the third or fourth. I can't remember.
Regardless, it was in there within the top 3 or whatever. I don't know. It don't matter. But yes, this was my number 1. And okay, there's funny enough, I mean, there's layers as to why this was my number 1. But this is where it felt like there was this growing trend where every single time one particular ship got like a moment beforehand, Kishimoto would up the ante by then giving the better moment to Naruto and Sakura at that point. So clearly in this arc,
yeah.
So
yeah, I'll admit, I was not a Hina at the time, and that confession I thought meant Endgame, but then this hug came about. Yeah.
So yes, obvious. Clearly in this arc, this was when Hinata came out, and take of it what you will. Some people, I mean, when I read that moment, that was her trying to lay it all out on the line, not knowing whether she would survive or not. So she didn't want to be left in the world without regrets to try and save Naruto. And that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. Naruto, I guess you could argue the weirder aspect was the fact that he never really went back to tell her anything either. So they kind of just made that moment not anything. But when this happened, this was a pretty big deal, because in a bubble, it very well could have just been a conclusion for the series.
Yes.
Now, and I know we've discussed it multiple times. People might not know who James is, or any of these guys might not know.
James.
Is he infrequent? Because I don't even. Regardless, every time we had discussions with him, this would always come up and be like, "Yeah, there was some loose ends that would have occurred if this were the part 2 ending, because you could have then made a part 3 ending at that point." But yeah, in a bubble, this essentially put Naruto in. Gave him literally everything he wanted. He always wanted recognition from the village. He got that by being the hero that saved them from their basically their biggest destructive moment since the Nine-Tailed Beast. He got public affection from his crush at that moment. He was basically this is where his whole true dream, other than Hokage, came to fruition, that he wanted to end the cycle of hatred. That one being a little more ambiguous or ambitious, and probably not actually successful when we get to Boruto, but we're talking in the moment here. So
Yeah.
really, I mean, this moment was fine. I guess yeah, we're just talking about the moment. I'm not even going to get into about that whole arc itself. But it was nice because the sub part to this was when Pain officially attacks. I mean, she didn't have anyone else that she really could call out to, but it was just, Sakura calling out for Naruto and him arriving.
It's in a sense shows that Naruto will always show up when she calls for him.
Right. It would have been cool if he was in the vicinity of her, but it's like the only I just remember the constant this particular arc always caused the biggest arguments or discussions between shippers, because it was like, oh, if Naruto or if Sakura really loved Naruto, why wasn't she the one that was rushing to save him? But then it goes back to the whole idea that Naruto, at his request, told no one to interfere out of their own safety. Obviously, I mean, from a Hinata standpoint, it was like, well, okay, you see the person you love in danger, you're going to rush in and yada yada. She rushed in without a plan. That was pretty reckless and stupid.
Suicide, basically.
Hence why I was saying it's like, she was going to die without regrets, but I don't know what her plan of accomplishment was, because she didn't even, release Naruto, and instead brought upon the Nine-Tailed Fox potentially becoming a two-prong incident. But yeah, obviously, with Sakura, she had no means of truly knowing. I know she was with a Byakugan user by that point, I think, going around trying to heal everyone. But again, this is where, in my opinion, there's a key difference between Hinata and Sakura, where Hinata doesn't seem to have that high level of trust in Naruto's ability to come through in dire situations, whereas Sakura has like the utmost faith that Naruto will succeed.
You can see that in the Kiba fight, where Hinata, like everyone else, Naruto.
Yeah, you saw it earlier. Yeah.
But let's see. The only ones that said Naruto's not done yet was Kakashi and Sakura.
Right.
Got to know Naruto.
So you could pin that as, oh, well, they're teammates, they know each other better. But then you have to, again, the whole argument with Hinata's fandom is that she's like the number one Naruto fan. And yet in key moments where Naruto's at his, I guess, direst moments, I guess you want to put it like that, she's the one that initially, like, always give up faith and ask for someone else, or ask for assistance or try and do some nonsense, yada yada. And then Sakura's literally the one that will always be the one that believes that Naruto can come through no matter what.
Yeah. And arguably, I'd say that if Sakura was the one that Pain stabbed, you could argue that Naruto might have even gotten even deeper in the Tailed Beast transformations a lot sooner than he did with Hinata. Heck, even if it was like, a character I'd say that would have that also impact would have been Iruka, would have been the last mentor to have been killed if that was the case.
Sasuke, Kakashi, if he had seen it, Sakura, Izuka, those were always his lo and behold Hinata fans. Those are the four characters that Naruto always thinks of, or initially thought of, in his memories of people that were key to his
his
character. Now, later on, they start adding all of the Kohana 9 or whatever, and most of Kohana, and then Dryas, Tsunade, and all them. And then come the last, we're supposed to believe that he actually did always think of Hinata in some way, shape, or form. But no, in those
what a good joke. Anyway,
in those key moments, yeah. What a joke. Good job, guys. Thanks for letting me know that something that never occurred in the manga is somehow canon because this movie says it is. So, yeah, there's 4 characters that I could have truly believed that Naruto might have like went on an absolute rampage for. In this moment, that was I guess they had to pick Hinata, but I don't know. It's
honestly, I think you could have replaced it with Iruka, and it would be. I think it would have been a much more huge.
Anyone? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
anyone who would have been at that point, Naruto would have gone the same. It
Yeah.
was building up.
Yeah.
Regardless, he was going to have a nine-tail outburst.
Yeah. Iruka, I think, would have probably been the perfect one, just because you had that talk with him earlier. Naruto learned that Jiraiya is dead, Kakashi's dead, and now Iruka, the last of his teachers, is like first Bond, dead in front of his eyes. Yeah, he's going 9 tails over that.
No, last, he's not his father. He is his brother. We had this discussion literally in the fucking manga.
But yeah, father figure, brother figure, regardless, Iruka's important to Naruto. Anyway, chat, your reasons for liking this.
Yes.
My reasons. My God, guys, this is the scene I wrote 31 pages about.
I'm sure you don't have time.
Lewis, she agrees with me. It's the #1 moment.
I agree. This is the culmination of everything the story used to be about.
Man, and then we get into aliens.
And then aliens descend from the heavens. I don't even know where to begin, honestly. It's perfect from a literary standpoint. This is basically an emotional payoff that anyone who has been, following Naruto's journey, this is why everyone kind of universally, at least from the old fandom, not the newer fandom, because the newer fandom is a lot different, let's say. I don't always resonate with everyone, let's say, like this. Sorry. Ooh.
There's a fandom.
There's a fan. Yeah, sorry. Hoo-hoo. I don't even know where to begin, because this connects with so many of the subplots that were happening in Naruto fandom. The symbolism, the thematic, the mechanics, the character attributes, the blah blah, blah, everything. I'm gonna. I really cannot, because as you guys imagine, I wrote 31 pages about this to kind of like put all my thoughts into it and all the connections I ever saw with this, and all this is going to be part of this is actually my next, or is it, might be my second next video, because I still have one in the works, but we'll see. Might be my next or my second next video. This is going to be part of the Naruto Unmasked series, Naruto Mechanics series, where I explain how everything connects and why this scene is one of the most important scenes in the manga, and why Sakura is the one who actually crowns Naruto's journey. Because this is how I'm going to give a spoiler.
Go ahead.
The title is going to be, well, not all of it, because I don't want to spoil the entirety of it. But basically, I called it. Let me check my computer right now. Mechanics analysis. How Sakura's hug crowned Naruto's hero's journey. Yeah, and this one also connects to the other one, the fifth one that we were talking about in the beginning, and why it's a really important piece in their development, and how it basically forms the two of them, their bond, their code, their morals, um, their everything, and how this moment comes and basically envelops or wraps or however you want to call it. This is one of those all-encompassing moments, like I said, I love this scene from so many point of views that I can hardly begin to explain. This is why I kind of like developed a sort of a template for um for the Naruto mechanics, because I kind of want to look. So, oh God, it's so much. It's 31 pages. It's like 11K words, over 11K words.
Oh no.
so, so I don't know how to wrap this up. It's gonna be a huge one, but think about it this way: if I'm ever gonna be as proud of something that I've written in my life in terms of Naruto, this is gonna be it.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna be talking, of the point of origin, the authorial intent and the context, the initial symbolism, how the development happens, how the function also is, in terms of character function, the attributes, the growth arc, the relationships, um, the plot structure in terms of mechanics and how the major plot points connect to it, and the narrative payoff and the parallelism and the thematic resonance and the philosophical layer, the symbolism, the comparative archetypes. I put everything in here. There are so many. I'm actually reading, through my points. Imagine that it has like three major points with subpoints, and the second point has one, two, three, four, five, six, seven subpoints, each with their own kind of subpoints. It's huge, you guys. I put all my love and sweat into this, and you'll understand why my videos. I can never be that type of YouTuber that comes with things once a week. Nuh-uh. It's not my style. I think a lot about these things, and it's to be able to fully, you know show, oops, sorry, everything, and express to the magnitude that I see this scene as. It's, as I said, for me, this is like the coronation of everything that Naruto and his story was about. It's more, sorry, sorry about that. A little burp. It's more about, Sakura. The lens is done through Sakura, but it's about Naruto's journey. So it's in a way, I'm looking both at the individual characters as well as the relationship as a whole, and I'm touching on so many other subpoints and subplots, and it's crazy. I could talk hours about this, but as you can see, I'm still doing it, and I should probably shut up at this point. It's a lot. It's packed with a lot of symbolism, thematics. It's crazy.
Okay,
But it is the best scene in Naruto.
Nice.
At least in terms of NaruSaku, at least, but yeah.
At least in terms of NaruSaku, yes, of course.
Yeah, but anyway, I think I'll get to the comments as let's see. I'm going to get to the comments as there are probably a lot. Let's see. Let me just see. Okay. Anyway, again, the work. Let's see. Let's be on here. Sakura was replaced with Hinata. I think that was the last one. And let's see. Bloodview says again, the walk being totally committed to one idea the war arc. Space says it's so messed up that Naruto's saying he hated people who lied to themselves, make him make a huge hypocrite because of the last recon. Oh yeah, that is why Japan fans called him the ultimate scumbag afterwards. And
Yeah.
oh yeah. Blood video going the kidnapping and the tuning exams, and it's like, yeah, it's unclear if Edo Minato had the same memories as Chakra Minato, and it's like, hey, Neji's death is good. Well, you're gonna have to disagree with us here, I'm afraid. But side note,
for someone maybe.
yeah. Side note, the war arc, the war between the Leaf Village and the Cloud Village doesn't make much sense in the context of the treaty kidnapping stuff unless the Leaf Village lost. But yeah, and then this scene, the hug, all right, and it's like Kono's leadership treatment of Naruto doesn't make much sense in the context of the Nine Tails in the incident, Chiya Clan massacre, and probably having lost the Foreign Wars after those are two events. But and then Space is going, the goddamn fact that Kishimoto decides to have this moment instead of Naruto talking to Hinata about her confession and never bring up again to some parts of the war arc and the last, which I guess it goes to show that he didn't really plan for it. He goes like, Blood, I mean, it does make sense. They take their hatred on Naruto, referring to the Nine Tails stuff. And he goes like, I'm sure if this happens in most other shonen, that they would have been the final shot fans needed to know of which ship would be endgame, but not for Naruto, yes. Let's see. Yeah. Any other fandom, this would be like endgame. And Blood Video Company goes like, I mean, leadership in action, leadership, aka Hiruzen and Dance, are not putting him in and under more training or whatever. And they're saying the village apparently they must have lost a foreign war to uphold a treaty on the other side broke, and then even considered a demand of prominent canon leaders. The only thing I should say is that perhaps the Leaf was so busy with their war against the Stone Village they took a treaty with the Cloud, but I'm not sure. But who knows?
Did they think the treaty afterwards, though?
Oh yeah, my guess is that I don't know. I guess they just didn't want to start another war again. But anyway, according to the Itachi novels, Janjo just wanted to make Naruto be hated upon the village, and I'm sure Danzo didn't even view Naruto as a tool to use.
That's weird.
Yeah, the novel revealed that Danzo revealed it was Naruto, it was the Nine Tails, which arguably such a development probably should have been in the manga, but then again, Kishimoto.
No, what's whole weird about this whole thing is that every other village that had Jinchuriki was going to use them as like a weapon, and they decide that Naruto is going to be the one that isn't. What were they thinking? They were like better terms or something?
My guess is that the Nine Tails was so destructive and powerful that without someone like Hashiyama around, they feared that they wouldn't be able to control it. So that's why they focused on other ninja like the Sannin and Minato in order to counter like the other villages because they could take on. And not to mention, it doesn't seem like in terms of Naruto lore, it doesn't seem like until the third Great Ninja War that the other villages finally started to perfect their Jinchuriki.
That's true, but I'm just saying that like Danzo as a character seems like someone that would absolutely use everything at his means to like make the Leaf Village like the superior village in all of fucking ninja history or anything like that. So again, just the whole idea for Danzo is that that he's got the Sharingan because he went and collected all of them or whatnot. Yeah. So he should have control over this scenario. So that's just weird that novel would kind of disregard all of that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, honestly, it's probably just some late development thing that just didn't really fit in with the story at the time. But yeah,
stupid spin-offs.
You would think that this village would be taking massive new recruits, pushing them to the extremes, etc. It says like this scene feels so nice. How I can't help but feel a little bad for Naruto since Naruto did decide to talk to her about her confession at all afterwards. Arguably,
Hinata's just happy to be alive.
yeah. Let's see. Honestly, perhaps maybe Naruto should have said that I'm still in love with Sakura just to end the shipping war before it started, or at least before it got extreme. But who knows? But anyway, Bloodview says, I mean, the writing takes a dive deep into the abyss after this, and he goes like, the Kage summit wasn't that bad. Let's see. No, to be fair, I think that for many of us here, that was the beginning of Naruto's decline. But yeah, he says, to be fair, the anime Hinata was trying to break the rods that was pinning Naruto down. And it's like,
but okay, I think anime only.
Let's see. It says, okay, I think Hinata not having complete faith in Naruto to win isn't a bad thing. Maybe, but it seems like at some point.
In the context of Naruto's needs, it's not a good thing either.
Yeah, and then see, and Blood Company says, I mean, she tries to do something in the fight is good. Also, that probably exists to create some plausible filler so the anime doesn't catch up. It's clear that they can't add normal filler. And let's see, and then you say that, but then Studio Period does like 50 filler arcs. But yeah, and he goes like, holy moly, she wrote 51 pages for the scene. Wow.
Right.
It's and Blood Company says,
oh, you don't know me.
It's Chatte, man.
Chatte is arguably, this is why we call her the mother of NaruSaku, because she is arguably the most knowledgeable on it.
She writes small novels.
Yeah, it's why some of us were devastated when it looked like she was stepping away, but she came back. Thankfully.
Yeah, I can't help it. Sorry.
Yeah, no, hopefully you're still doing your other you get time for your other projects as well, not Naruto.
I hope so too.
Yeah. Anyway, and he goes like,
I have too many ideas.
Yeah, I'm sure you can find time to do it. You're like George R. R. Martin, but hey,
Gotta write him down in a notebook.
Yeah, I can't wait for the scene to get rock on in the inevitable Naruto Kai in 10 years from now. Let's see. You guys should do a 10 worst scenes in the manga. That could be an idea. Let's see. Anyway, I have a question for you guys. If this is where you would want Hinata to move on from her feelings about Naruto.
Is this where you would want? I mean, I know some people had the discussion that based on her lack of reaction to this, that it was subtle.
Yeah.
Acceptance.
If I had to say, maybe I would have liked a scene afterwards where Hinata talks about it, but Naruto just politely declines her feelings and say that he's in love with Sakura, kind of like what Lucky Rave suggests.
Yeah.
And maybe then you can have Hinata actually move on and maybe do some stuff about the Hyugas, but yeah. But if you're going to give her at least something. Anyway, I'm going to say this. I will still put some blame on Kishimoto for the last stuff, especially when the end game being the ships he wasn't setting up as much. Arguably, yeah, he probably should have pushed back more against it, but we don't know the behind the scenes, to be honest. Though, granted, I do think some of his comments afterwards disgust me, but how much that was actually him or not, I don't know.
If we're supposed to believe Sasuke and Sakura's Japanese senyu, aka voice actors in Japan, this clearly was the defined coupling from the beginning or whatnot, whenever the anime started. Yeah.
My understanding, Japan viewed NaruSaku as the golden pairing or something. I was like, this is the one that's going to happen.
No, I'm just saying that the Sakura and Sasuke people were told that Saku was apparently endgame or some crap like that.
Yeah.
At least that, I don't know how true that was, but I'm just saying that that's what the Senyus supposedly said. That's what everyone likes to bring up. That Kishimoto had this plan from the get-go or whatnot.
Yeah, I don't buy it, but yeah. But anyway.
But then again, you have Naruto's Senyu that was always the Sakura shipper. And whatnot, so.
Yeah. She talked about how she'd like seen Naruto as a hermit and like with feelings for Sakura to grow and all that stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, anyway, Space says, also, genuine question about Kishimoto. Why the hell did he have Neji die for Nahina, but then have Minato seen? This is why I said that Kishimoto was clearly unsure of what he wanted for Endgame. To be honest,
at that point, I think he was just trolling.
Yeah, I think, but yeah.
I'm sure the Neji death scene was just to include,
just
death in a war.
Yeah.
Someone needed to die.
Yeah. Problem is that he did nothing beforehand with Neji to build up to it, but yeah. And also it feels like he just did that just so he could force some development between Naruto and Hinata. So it's like a last minute kill two birds with one stone.
If we're gonna say that he picked a pairing, that would have probably been the only time where I would have said, like, okay, if the thing changed, Neji's death would have been what kind of allowed him to change his mind, basically. Like, maybe it was okay, maybe if Naruto gets with Hinata, that will be the defining moment where they click together over a solemn death or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been my only idea for for why he killed off Neji, because it could be used as a, well, see, guys, I actually planned this, but I really didn't, and I just lucked out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see. Blood Company. This scene reminds me of the scene in Edward's Scar fight. You know, the one with the gun. Oh yeah, Edward and Winry. Let's see.
Oh, I love them.
Let's see. Didn't Kishimoto want a love triangle between Naruto, Hinata, and Sakura? Love triangle was supposed to be between Team Seven, not Naruto, Hinata, and Sakura.
Initially, it was between Team 7, but then they had to do like damage control, so they changed it and they said, well, we made it between you.
I'm wondering if he was talking about like literally the first pitch for Naruto, though, because I know Hinata was supposed to be someone in that original pitch, but
Hinata was never. This is something that the Naruhina fans kept pushing, but it's a lie.
It's a lie. I'm sorry, I fell for a lie.
It's okay. No, I'm not judging you or anything.
I'm just kidding because
But just want to put that out there.
We're pointing it out, yes.
Yeah.
Blood Company. He said tons of contradictory stuff in his interviews. Oh yeah, especially of when he planned the ships. Basically,
the contradictions start happening after the end.
Yeah, just don't trust anything after the end. If you look at the stuff before, you get more of a general idea, I think.
You get the general. Actually, not after the end. It slowly starts, when around Road the Ninja, he starts being a little bit sketchy. And by the end of the what's it called? The last, it gets like super sketchy.
Oh yeah.
Because I've noticed, one of the examples, right? One of the examples is that, for example, anyway, sometimes I'm dumb like that. As I always say, I can have my moment of genius, and then in the next 2.5 minutes. Anyway,
bumbling fool.
So the example is, for example, I remember back few years before the interviews around the Road to Ninja, they would ask him about who's your favorite character in terms of the female's character and so on and so forth. And Kishi was like, none of them. I created them. He was like super, defensive about, why do you ask me something like this? They're like my daughters, something like that,
Mm-hmm.
But then suddenly, if I remember correctly, around Road to Ninja, he's like Hinata. And if you guys remember, in Road to Ninja, what did they do? They switched the personality of Hinata. She's more like outspoken, so on and so forth, And it's like, oh, really? Plus, around the same time, they had already, gone through the whole, okay, let's switch and have Hinata the love interest, or so on and so forth. So they kind of like slowly started, because when you want to do like a major change like this, you start slowly with, pivoting towards the new, thing that you want to go through, the new event, the new character, the new whatever. In our case, the new favorite character / pairing. So I remember when I read that, I was like, this is weird. This is not the Kishi which we used to know, especially the Kishimoto who used to say that I'm especially fond of Sakura, in the character designs from the very beginning of the story, where I know there's like at some point an interview, and I hope I have it somewhere. I should have it somewhere.
Yeah, one of the downsides to NaruSaku fans is that we didn't keep many of the stuff.
We were stupid.
Hindsight is
from that point of view.
Yeah.
We're sorry.
I mean, sorry, not stupid. That was a little bit harsh. We were too naive and too trustful. We never thought that, something like this would come.
Yeah.
Which is ironic, because it kind of fits the whole memory wipe thing, so on and so forth. Or who knows, maybe this is all about. Anyway, my brain went a little bit on a tangent. I'm gonna try to wrap this up. What I wanted to say. So you can see the clear discrepancy between that Kishimoto in the beginning, who was like, I'm especially fond of Sakura because this and that, and I think she's like more real, so on and so forth. And it was in a context, I remember something like, he was saying I mean, saying without saying. If we look at the context of how we usually have like female characters in Japanese media, big boobs, stuff like that, da-da-da, everybody loves that. So then Kishimoto in the beginning came and said, I want to do something different. I want to, and then this is why I think he was saying that Sakura is he's especially fond of Sakura and he tried to push Sakura, but then he was met with this resistance, so he kind of had to backtrack on everything he wanted to do, which kind of like, remember, even Naruto was saying that, oh, I'm gonna be a ninja in my no in my own way, and I think that was Kishimoto's creative expression of what he was trying to do, with Sakura as well, among many other things, that he wants to do, that he wants to have a heroine that's like different from what we usually get, this like supermodel kind of character, like who's like really shy and really ha ha ha, and um she's like super good looking and so on and so forth. And Kishimoto was like, I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna change the system. Luckily, he ended up being sorry, not luckily, God, unfortunately, I wanted to say, um,
Right.
he ended up being a victim of the system and even, turned into a promoter of the system with the whole change. So yeah.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. My
Yeah, so
I think
anyway, let's see. Blood Coming says also it's not to be that guy, but the end of the pen arc is pretty decent. And also said also didn't Kishimoto say he planned Hinata to be since the beginning too? Yeah, but we don't believe that.
he'll say anything, but
As Blood Video says
yeah, he said that at the end.
right.
Mhm.
I was gonna
Damage
say because
control.
I only remember like 3 specific moments, and again, I can't, I don't have verifiable proof, as in like I can't provide you a link or show you an image or something like that. But I just remember because it was always discussed everywhere. Was that originally it was like, oh, it's a red herring. Then in another interview, it was that, oh, I didn't want to make Sakura a fickle person because then it would have made her look bad or something like that.
Terrible woman or something.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, if I give up on Sasuke, then I'm the terrible person.
Yeah,
But
like,
then that doesn't include Ino for some reason. But
yeah, or the guys for that matter, for
Sure.
their feelings. But
right.
yeah. Anyway, but yeah, as Blood Video says BS on that stuff, and because like, but Kishimoto confirmed that Neji's death was for Nahina, so I don't know, man. Yeah, that's probably why I don't think it's a good death.
Well, he confirmed it after the fact. Again, I'm just
Yeah.
telling you that I think he did it because it was the character that was most likely that could be used going forward as a setup point or something. And if he killed him off, well then okay, it was just war. Obviously, some important character, depending, no matter how important or least important it was, that was the character that would have had the most impact on whichever pairing he decided.
Yeah.
So it was just a failsafe that he wrote in my opinion.
Yeah. Anyway,
He does tend to be like
yeah.
that. Even his inversions, I've noticed in his sorry, Blue, in his writings that he does write, like, how should I say, duplicitary. Is that a word in English? I know it's in Romanian. I'm sorry if it's not in English. I cannot remember exactly how you
I'm sure
pronounce
there's
how you.
something. Yeah,
It's like
replicate.
he it's like he writes wait, Google Translate the Romanian.
Double.
Duplicitous, yes. So like he writes in such a way that you can actually see it work for both parts. And this is something that I've noticed when I've started, looking at his whole entire language code, so to speak, the language that he uses, to write his story in. But then you can kind of see it if it works once you go deeper into the actual structure, because he does a lot of inversions. I mean, look at Boruto. Boruto is built on the principle of inversion. They invert Boruto's with Kawaki's or Kawaki with Boruto, sorry, place, so that Kishimoto can do that whole thing that they initially wanted to do
I
it.
think you mean Ikimoto.
Well, Ikimoto, but they're following Kishimoto's, initial plot points.
Okay.
So he does that a lot in Naruto as well. It's one of his favorite, writing techniques. It's actually part of his style because I haven't seen a lot of other authors do that in the way he does it, at least. So this is why it's easier to say, well, yeah, I could see how it could work. For example, let's take the ships, since we're talking about the ships now. I could see how this could work for Naruhina as well, or for Sasaku as well. In certain, for example, like he wrote Minato one shot. If you look at Minato one shot on the very surface, it looks like, oh well, he put all the, like I said in my analysis, he mixed all the pairings together. But then, if you go a little bit more in depth in the actual structure that holds, the entirety of his universe, that's where you start to see that, oh, he does have a specific way of writing, and he does have specific elements that he uses. But because, to me, Kishimoto in a way seems to be like very guarded person, guarded and a little bit shy. Maybe that's the Hinata part of him, because he did say at some point that all the characters are part of him. And this is why I think he writes this way and kind of like hides a little bit behind certain writing choices that he does.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, I went a little bit on a tangent there.
I'm going to go to some more comments, hopefully catch them up soon. It says, sounds like Kishimoto's trying to do fire control, just like how he tried to tell his wife that Hinato's meant to be like her, not Sakura. Yeah, she didn't buy it. And then he goes like, I mean, thematically, Nerdy Destiny exists as a conclusion to the plot that he had dropped a lot back into a tool of the two characters into a new role he found for them. And he says, also, Road to Ninja, Space says, Road to Ninja gives Hinata that much revealing version of her Shippuden outfit. Oh, yeah. No, luckily, not too in your face about it compared to what the anime did, but yeah. When Kishimoto abandoned the idea of everyone going back to the slave mark and any other things related to that conflict, the Hyuga story was put into a pause. The editors and Period convinced him. And then he goes like...
Wait. When Masashi abandoned the idea of every going back to the slave market? Wait, the other one.
I think he's referring to the Hyuga's curse mark.
Okay. That was such an interesting subplot, actually, if they had stick to it.
Yeah.
Which I kind of started doing it in Kaika because I couldn't.
Yeah. And he goes like, then he needed to bring those characters back in a new context. Space says, there's also the fact that Road to Ninja is like a semi-canon, so every interview about that around it is definitely a thing. So I think that was what we were talking about earlier. And then it's like, why would Kishimoto back away if his wife seems to be fine with Sakura? Let's see. I don't know.
Overlords.
Yeah. It's like Narahina's popular in the West, so
they wanted but they did say they want. I mean, not like super, on your face, let's say like this, but they wanted to open the market to the West. I mean, look what did they do after the ending? They went to the New York Comic Con. Where are we nowadays with everything that Naruto stands? It's very popular in the West. So then what did they do? Market research. Oh, the West hates Sakura. Well, if the West hates Sakura and we want to expand and turn this, because it's so profitable and we need to make this as profitable as possible, what do? We forsake the actual narrative logic. To hell with it. Go with what's producing us more money. Simple.
It's like how when Disney first acquired Star Wars, the prequel trilogy was hated so much at the time. They kept going on about recapturing the magic of the original trilogy, only to eventually do some stuff that ended up alienating the original trilogy fans, and also then started doing prequel trilogy stuff again when many of those fans started finally having their voice again, if you will. So it's like that, if you will. But yeah. And
I'm honestly curious because
I think it's also why Boruto's favorite food is hamburgers, which is more of a Western thing than a Japanese.
Exactly. Have you ever seen, Japanese people with. I mean, they do have, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like they would mostly promote their own food in their media and all that stuff. And then rarely Western food.
Like what?
Yeah.
Oda's the only one that kind of does that, where he'll like
But that's
merge like a whole lot of cultures. Yeah.
yeah. Oda is more like different cultures and all that stuff. Heck, his main character he says would be Brazilian if he was like nationality wise. But yeah, I mean
Oh,
Zoro's
that's
technically the one that's Japanese. But yeah,
Right.
let's see. Anyway, and he goes and Blood responds to like spacing because of money and marketing, which I think we've said.
I'm
Also,
curious how much merchandise Hinata actually sells.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious because I don't really ever see a lot for her.
Yeah, I mean, at best, you might get her as a figure as a part of a large collection to get, but her own individual one, not much. At the very least, I've seen a lot more figures for Sakura than I have Hinata for individual.
I don't know if I may give my 2 cents in here.
Okay, go on.
I've seen this trend happening on Twitter where the ever fighting status between, Naruhina or sorry, Naruhina and Sasusaku's or Sakura and Hinata's. Every time that a figurine or some whatever merchandise, they are always quick to say, "Oh, look, Sakura outsold this," and then come the Hinata fan whenever Hinata has something. "Oh, look, Hinata does that." But you know why this whole thing is stupid? Once again, as someone who worked in these fields, let me give you a simple example. When you produce this, of course, you mass produce them in a certain number. But that number, because you don't know exactly how it's going to be received, it can be like, I don't know, let's say 10 for the sake of the example, 10 pieces. But then comes marketing, and if you sold those 10 pieces, it's outsold, and it looks so good. Oh my God, look how much is selling, though. But you don't know exactly how much is selling, and it makes this whole entire story about, wow, look how much this character sells, so on and so forth. But then you actually sold only 10 pieces in reality. You understand what I mean? So this is why, for me, whenever I see, both Sakura and Hinata fans fighting about it, I'm like, oh my God. I do tend, and it's not because of my bias, because I not necessarily despise, but it irritates me, this whole fight between Sakura and Hinata fandoms. They both hate me, so anyway.
The Sasusaku ones hate you.
Yeah, well, yeah. Anyway, I do tend to believe that indeed Sakura tends to sell a lot more. Why? Because Sakura is not only comprised of Sasusaku fandom. It is indeed the larger part of it, maybe nowadays, due to how things develop.
The canon status, yeah.
Yeah, but Sakura is loved outside of Sasusaku as well. So then people do tend to support Sakura more. And I've seen like pictures from whatever types of events, so on and so forth. And there are a lot of merchandises in there, indeed. But that's about it. Now, for me, this whole thing is just incredibly stupid, if you ask me.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to move past
this whole popularity thing. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to move past some Blood's comments and also showed some audience charts. And he goes like, red herrings only work if the canon explanation is better than the red herring one. And then it's like
red herring only works. Sorry, I need to make a commentary here because I actually made an analysis. Red herring works only if it fulfills its functionality as a red herring. NaruSaku is not a red herring. Yeah. Something else needs to be happening within the plot for NaruSaku to function as a red herring. There was nothing much happening in the plot with Naruhina and Sasusaku for NaruSaku to be the red herring. You know in what sense you could say that NaruSaku was indeed the quote-unquote red herring? In the sense that indeed Kishimoto continued with the development he started, although he knew that they pivoted and they didn't announce this, because of course they wouldn't announce, because we would have been like beep beep beep, you guys.
Yeah.
In that sense, but not that it functions as a red herring inside the structure and the functionality of the story. Nuh-uh.
The only thing I'd say about Kushina that would also be a red herring is her being kidnapped by the Cloud Village. That is the only thing that's similar to her, but that's a situation similar to Hinata.
But that's more in the politics. That's why I say.
Yeah. But anyway, it's like, yeah, the whole if women give up their crushes, they are bad people stuff is sure something. And the Blood saying, "Hey, come on, what do you mean that's normal?" And I'm not sure what that's in response to. Anyway, let's see. Naruto was so close to the end game until they back away last minute. Meanwhile, My Hero Academia and Black Clover stick to their main ships until the end. Yeah, arguably, arguably for the most part, I think other mangaka learned their lesson from what happened with Naruto. Make sure it's clear who their canon ships are going to be if they do happen, or not write romance at all in it. But yeah, let's see. Not that Black Clover is great. It depends on who you ask. The point is, it sticks to the main ship, and it says also, I believe it's unhinged to use scenes of moments of Sakura and Naruto post the last since they're married. I'm not sure what that. I think it's like I'm not sure that's in regards to, but I think that might be. I think it might be NaruSaku moments of NaruSaku they use in like post the last, I think, or at least reusing them. If I had to guess, I guess it's like Studio Parrot or Kishimoto using NaruSaku moments, but with like characters like Boruto and Sada. I don't know. It might be something. I think that might be what the space is referring to. But didn't one of the Naruto just say that Western fans lack reading comprehension or something? And that happened recently. Yes, Kishimoto's first editor Yahagi said that.
And what have we observed? When did Naruto started going sideways after Yahagi left?
Yeah, and I think his last advice for Kishimoto says, "Don't listen to your editors."
I wonder why.
I think Toriyama also learned that the hard way in Dragon Ball, where the editors.
Yeah, arguably, I heard that his editors made the Cell Saga what it was, which I think for some people made it better, as his antagonist was completely different at the time. But
he had two editors as well, and I think one of them's fighting for one, and the other one's fighting for the other because of his whole legal issue of who owns what and whatnot. So
okay. Yeah,
that's what's currently going on in the Dragon Ball section. That's all I got to say on that.
Okay. Anyway, Blood Video Company says, I mean, big boobs. It's like, let's be real. Character appeal is sus. I think he's referring to what Hinata fans do usually like. Now, like, I can see tons of Hinata like Merc because, anime fans being anime fans. Sometimes I hate this fandom so much. Yeah. Honestly, if anime has taught me anything, it's like, Ritzy, be careful what you look at. Let's see. But yeah. And also check how old a character is before staring too much. But yeah.
If we're talking about the questionable merchandise, then obviously Hinata might sell more on the on that unofficial side of things, but that shouldn't really affect the manga. So
yeah, let's see. Big boobs is a thing that most male fans like. Oh yeah, funny that Sakura tries to be a wing woman for Hinata in the last. Meanwhile, the two fandoms are just having a huge cat fight, and it's like chat was replying, let's see, last year on Twitter, and but yeah, let's see, that was just Sakura has never been that close to Hinata, so it feels like a bit of a BS. I mean, let's see, so yeah. And especially, honestly, a Hinata, Sakura, and Naruto love triangle could never work because their personalities don't allow for it. Heck, even a Team 7 love triangle never works.
True.
I mean, Hinata's just female Sasuke. That's all it is, essentially. I'm not saying that they share, like, but it's just if you take the quiet reserve part of them as their main aspect, that's why it never works.
Yeah, and arguably, it's probably why Kishimoto had Sasuke leave at part 1 and rejected, and it's like why the NaruSaku dynamic was much stronger with like that in part 2 and all that stuff. So it's like, let's see, arguably after Sasuke rejected Sakura's confession first time around, that should have been the death of Sasu-Sakura, but that's a topic for another day. And talk about Naruto Sakura fans. You're trying to use moments post the last to prove that Naruto and Sakura is the better ship. Oh, so I think he's referring to like
Well, he's talking about us right now, despite the fact that obviously, yes, we know that Hinata and Naruto is the official canon version. I mean, but from a narrative standpoint, where I'm not trying to say this is better, but
I think he's trying to say that moments that between Naruto and Sakura after the last.
Yeah, but what moments would there have been at that point?
Apparently, there's a few interactions that the anime does now and then, but
there's the let me tell.
Is there a Bardo moment that I was not aware of?
Remember Gaiden?
Oh, you're talking about the one that Kishimoto wrote in that respect?
Yeah.
There's that part there where Naruto remembers, when Hinata brings the bento. Sorry, when Boruto brings Naruto the bento Hinata made for him. And there are some fans who kind of see that, Naruto's nostalgic response to that because he instantly thinks about the times when Team 7 fed him. So what does that tell you? That tells you that he misses Sakura and Sasuke. And of course, in the NaruSaku lens, you can see it as a NaruSaku moment because we all know how much Naruto desired to be fed by Sakura.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I guess
it is a little bit questionable. It is questionable, yes, it is, but at the same time, human emotions are complicated. So what can you do?
Yeah,
it's nice to explore them in fiction because at the end of the day, these are puppets that we're playing with. And if you guys remember, I even made a video about it because some Naruhina fan started calling another NaruSaku fan beep 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 because of us discussing these psychologically / emotionally charged layers of that scene. Or for example, when he looks at Sakura and Sarada, the way he kind of looked at Sasuke and Sakura when Sakura hacked him back in part 1 in the hospital, after he wakes up from the Tsukuyomi, and he has that longing kind of view. And I mean, I'm sorry, but Kishimoto wrote them that way, and it kind of makes you think, oh, he still, loves her.
Yeah. Maybe you could argue like moments that Periart or Ikimoto did himself, though granted Ikimoto barely includes Sakura in the manga. But I don't know, but yeah. But either way, it's stuff that Kishimoto writes when it comes to the ship, it does make you feel like he does regret it. But yeah. Anyway, Space says, to be fair though, we wouldn't have the Cell Saga if it wasn't for the editor, which okay, fair point, but yeah. I think editors are a double-edged sword. You get the right editor.
Yeah.
You get some good moments. If you get a bad editor, the manga could either, the editor prevents the mangaka from going too far with his ideas or pushes his own ideas too far and it damages the story of how it should have gone.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword. The good editor will make sure your story is well-paced and all that stuff.
Yeah, Hagi versus the rest.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's stuff like that. But yeah. And let's see. And to be fair, somehow some people don't seem to understand stuff down the line. I can see why he has that thought. Anyway, he goes like, Space goes like, the anime definitely makes Hinata much more of a fan service character. Oh yes. I mean, I was a young teenager at the time, so this didn't bother me. But as I got older, it's like, oh, I'm now seeing why this is a problem. Let's see.
There are also the NaruSaku fans who believe Naruto is unhappy with his marriage with Hinata, which is crazy. Is it though? 100% crazy when Kishimoto writes the fact that he doesn't want to go back home, that we see him with alcohol on his desk. I mean, it's one of those cases of there's not a fire without how is it in English? Because I know how it is in my native language, but I don't know if it has like a one-on-one translation to there's no smoke without fire, something like that. I think that's the meaning in English. That's the way how you do it. So yeah, I mean, in a way, I agree that we don't need to go to the extremes to say that, oh my God, he's this, and that. But at the same time, you cannot blame people for thinking about that when they do develop certain scenes in such a way that it looks like, he still has regrets.
Yeah. I also say that let's see, the way he doesn't spend time with his kids, it has led for some fans to say that Naruto must hate his daughter for ruining the biggest moment of his life as well. So you've got that, but yeah. It also goes like, sorry, go on.
I find it stupid. Sorry, I'm beginning to be a little bit sleepy because I don't know how late it is for you guys, but it's 12 in the
Oh
morning
yeah,
for
it's
me.
10 here, but anyway, I'm just gonna finish these comments soon, and then we can get to our own top 10 moments. But yeah,
Yeah.
was it Hokage Naruto based on Kishimoto himself? At some extent, but that doesn't mean it was good with how he wrote some of the stuff he did. Does he hate his job that much? Like Kishimoto made a Boruto film inspired it by how he was a father, but yeah, just didn't really work with Naruto with like his character and I think abilities. Side note: why wasn't Sasuke in the moon mission like everyone else outside of Naruto? And against those uses of Suzuki's. And I'm just going to do these last two comments. First thing, a little character Hanabi gets from a character but kind of central to plot in the last. And the last did so much fast out of timing. But anyway, I think we've done the top 10 and I've read all these comments. I think it's time that we were going to talk about what we have for our own personal top 10. I will go first, as I've said this before in the other stream. My first number one was Are You His Girlfriend? 2, Tenchi Bridge. 3, Sakura saving Naruto's life in the walk. 4, the NaruSaku hug in the pain invasion. 5, the reunion in part 2. 6, Naruto vows to protect protect Sakura in the Gaara fight. 7, the promise of the lifetime. 8, Sakura learns how to Jinchuriki dies. 9, I don't want to see your dreams crushed. And 10, chopsticks, when Sakura's going to try and feed Naruto. Those are my top 10. What about yours, MangaReader?
Okay, so for me, I put Confession 10. I've already gone into this. It was just a little more controversial. That's why it said 10. I put the tuning exam 10th question. That's what I wrote it down as number 9. For 8, I did Naruto's save for against Sasuke in the Iron Bridge. That one didn't end up making it. Chopsticks didn't end up making it at 7. Attempt at revival I put at 6, so I did put it a little lower despite the symbolism. Bench was 5. Naruto vs. Gaara was 4 for me. Promise of a Lifetime was 3. Naruto's Yes was 2, and then Pain Arc was 1. So
yeah. So
Pain
what
Arc
were your?
hug.
Oh, yeah.
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 To be specific, Pain Arc hug. To be
Yeah.
specific.
Yeah.
Not just a Pain Arc.
Yeah. As a curiosity chat, what would be your top 10 moments? Let's see.
It's hard to. So I think the first one, I mean, I think you got it that it would be, of course, the hug.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, 31 pages.
Right.
Man, I'm crazy. Then for me, it's hard because, as I said, the CPR and the interruption on Tenchi Bridge are like right there next to each other.
Tied for second and third place.
Tied for second place.
Okay.
Oh, you're not even going to put a third there. It's just tied for second immediately.
Tied for second. Third would be, I think, the
Wouldn't it be fourth?
promise of a lifetime. It's the promise of a lifetime, dude. I mean,
I know.
it's the cornerstone of the emotional upheaval that we go through.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Fourth, I think for me, it would be the 10th question situation.
That's a fair point. Put it higher.
Fifth would be, as I said, the I finally understand why I like her.
Mhm.
Sixth would be, which one would it be? I think the the confession, is the confession higher for me than the Kushina
Comparison.
parallel? Yeah, comparison. I don't know. 6, 7. Let's say it's interchangeable. 6 with 7, it's interchangeable. It's either the Kushina parallel, the confirmation of the Kushina parallel, and then the confession. I love me some tension point. And then 8, 9, and 10. Well, what could I put in there?
That was me for like 30 minutes when he told me to think
Yeah.
what to do. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah,
Like,
I probably in hindsight should have asked this question in advance, but yeah.
Narusaku, sorry for the Narusaku godmother. Yes,
It's
I'm
just
the fairy godmother of Narusaku.
yeah.
This is, you know, one of the inside jokes. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Everyone, the NaruSaku fandom refers to her as the godmother, given her expertise in the ship.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, I have many names in the Narusaku fandom, but I finally put that one. You know, one of the moments that I actually do like,
Okay.
and I would put as a Narusaku moment.
Okay. What that be?
Is the one after they rescue Gara, but I think I would put it somewhere in 10th. With when they have the moment, it's not necessarily just a Narusaku moment, but I like it for the entirety of the Naruto. You know,
Are you talking about when
story.
they visit Chio's grave?
When when Chio says that, when Naruto starts crying, you know, that he couldn't save Gara, and then Chio does that whole, you know, speech to both of them as she gives away her life force to bring Gara back. That would be the 10th. Then I think the 8th would be the Jinchuriki, when Sakura learns that, you know, if a Jinchuriki is extracted, sorry, he'd die. And then the 9th,
You know,
huh?
I was gonna say, you know, it's like on the one hand, we can think of many moments, but on the other hand, it's like, can I really think of 10 really right off the top of my head?
Yeah. I don't know which one would I put it in 10th. It's getting so late here. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm in a haze.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Though, could we consider it a 10, a 9? Wait, no. Could we consider it a Narusaku moment? I think we would consider, and I would tie it. Actually, it's part 1 and part 2. Remember how Sakura gets back at Sasuke for Naruto?
Oh yeah.
Everyone sees that. Yeah. So both in part 1, when they're in the the Forest of Death, when, you know, Sasuke is that scared and so on and so forth, and Sakura is like, well, at least he's not, you know, scared, at least he's not
coward.
Coward or something like that. And then when they have the Team 7 reunion in Kage Summit arc, where Sasuke starts talking shit about Naruto, Sakura really goes like, dude, who do you think you're talking about like this, you know?
Yeah. Let's see, Sakura in any other circumstances can't seem to talk back to Sasuke, but the moment
don't talk shit in front of her about Naruto, because she's gonna break you.
Yeah. So yeah, honestly, yeah, it kind of just shows just how much Naruto Uetsu gives her strength in a sense. So yeah, arguably, as you can see, our lists are different, and some, let's see, you could argue we fought on the spot, but it just goes to show you that let's see, just how many scenes that NaruSaku has, if you will, and let's see, as I think let's see, hold on, let me just let's see,
compelling.
Let's see, chat has let's see, done this large. Let's see, hold on, let me just add to stage. Let's see, wait, hold on, let me just
montage. Oh, you're the one that we started with.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
What?
Yeah, it's
Whoa,
not.
did I
It's
do-
not showing, but yeah, but
all the
Oh, oh,
panels, all the panels in the
yeah.
Oh, it's
Naruto
not
book.
actually
Yeah.
mine, guys. It's one of the things I saved. I don't know who did it.
I
And
want to
it's
say I didn't say it was yours in the first place. That was on blue.
Okay, that was my fault on that end. I apologize for that.
it's okay. I mean, let's say I'm the archive person, or
Yeah.
as much as, because
She
lucky me,
archived
I
all our
was.
crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say all images that were used in this stream are not are not to profit from, but to emphasize the points and discussions that we have, basically.
But if you want to
please.
pay me on the side, no,
Yeah,
just kidding.
but if you want to, if you want to support NaruSaku at the very least, please purchase the volumes that feature heavily with them. But yeah, but
Please support the author.
The
Thank
official
you.
release.
yeah, but yeah,
Yeah.
please support the author and all that stuff. But yeah, but it goes to show you that let's see, because NaruSaku has so many moments that let's see. We
It's
can
hard to
change.
pick.
We can change. Everyone has their different favorites, and we can change, and we can even agree on each other's perspective because of how much we passionately support this ship, if you will. Let's see. We've got.
I'm too
It's
crazy
why.
for my own blood for this ship.
Yeah,
It's a
and it goes
passion.
to yeah, and it goes to show that despite even though let's see, Nahina and Sasusaku are canon, we still have all these moments that happen in the main story that they never really did have and all that stuff.
Nothing tops them.
Yeah, and let's see. Space says, "I hate the ship wars. Such an annoying, toxic thing that happens to multiple fandoms. Naruto, Bleach, and My Hero Academia. Yeah, ship wars kind of destroy fandoms and series if the creators listen to
True.
them too much. And I'm gonna ask with this one question. Hey guys, if NaruSaku did become Endgame, then would you want Sasuke to end up with someone or end up alone?
I wouldn't want him to end up alone. I would have wanted him to end up traveling with Taka, continue, because Taka is his newfound family. And when I say that I like him with Sasukarin, as opposed to Sasusaku, is because at the end of the day, how should I say it? Even the plot. Sorry, it's getting late, and I'm getting my brain. It's
Yeah.
She's mushing out, guys. She's mushing.
Yeah, I might fall asleep.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I don't mean it. For example, yeah, from time to time, I might do, like, for example, in my case with the commission, like something more warmer or stuff like that. But even in Kaika, because I admitted that I want to go to the Sasukarin route, but it's not like the usual romantic stuff that you see. People expect, like, there are so many layers and so many ways a relationship can turn out. It doesn't have to be that lovely dovely. It's just about companionship sometimes. And I don't know if you guys, and many people didn't even notice that when Suigetsu was talking shit about Karin, Sasuke actually got, offended. And whenever they would fight, Sasuke would always take Karin's side, which meant there is some sort of something between them in there. So then, yes, I'm the one behind the cheating video.
Yeah.
Because that's the one, that started with the entirety of the.
Here's the link to chat at channel for those who wish to watch. But yeah, let's see. Remember,
I'm the controversy, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I wouldn't necessarily want Sasuke to be alone because you don't heal when you are alone. People need other people, even when they're, when they do shit. I never, how should I say? I never actually had an issue with either Sasusaku, being canon if done properly. But he didn't do it properly.
In fact, it was the worst way possible.
Exactly. That's as I said multiple times throughout the years, I come from a multi-shipper background. I saw potential in literally every pairing. But come part 2, Kishimoto's road was, well, pretty much clear up until, at some point when he pivoted. No wonder that, ironically, Borto means screw. What does it happen? When you do a pivot, you kind of like change direction. You move a screw. You screw
Yeah.
this over.
Hmm.
Look how many. Anyway,
You
um,
screwed us over.
well, duh. Um, this abusiveness comes more from the fact that if you look at it, there's a difference how Sakura acts when Sasuke goes cuckoo versus Karin. Karin is the one who talks back at him. Yes, she's also obsessed with him. She's like the female version of Naruto,
Yeah.
but she's not afraid to talk back and trash him if necessary.
Yeah.
Whereas Sakura literally wilts.
Yeah. To
Karin
be
is
honest,
kind of like the same as Naruto. She's the one who does have that mental fortitude and capacity to, keep up with his Leo ego.
yeah.
Because
I,
she
I,
even says to her, "Was that what I was to you?" She was like, "Fuck you," in a more.
and honestly, I do think she should have slapped him, but unfortunately, that didn't happen. But yeah,
Me
but I
too,
think
but have you seen what Karin does the moment she gets out? She goes and pats his chest right where she got her impaled. That's a moment like, my guy, I haven't forgotten what you did.
and
Because Sasuke in that moment goes all, sweaty, and it's that old dynamic where the male counterpart of the, relationship kind of gets scary, which is, the favorite dynamic of Kishimoto.
yeah,
The male that always gets, oh, she's gonna fuck me up.
yeah. Unfortunately, I think the way he perhaps drawed it and fans misinterpreted the scene got the wrong idea. But yeah, but that's
Uh,
then
Karin
that's
harasses Sasuke. That's also another bullshit that I
yeah.
wanna.
Sasuke Saka's the one good scene in the Force and Death, arguably. But yeah, again, Kishimoto shot himself to foot with the Kage Summit. Also,
No,
sometimes
Sasaku has about 3 good scenes in part one. Is the Forest of Death, is the tuning exams, and the Gara fight.
okay, yeah,
Those are good. But
fair enough.
afterwards, and arguably the confession in part one. Let's say 4, but that's it. 4.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
where it stops. Yeah.
yeah.
But his forgiveness is nearly killing you so bad. I mean,
Did she forgive him? That's what I'm saying. People are like, "Oh, she forgives him.
And
She
she
loves
was
him, yes,
wishy-washy on
but
that.
she never says that she forgives him." And that's why I say the moment that she meets him, she goes to pat him right on the chest. She's like, "I remember what you did. I'm not gonna forget that."
I was
Yeah.
gonna
And
say, I think
careful.
she was wishy-washy.
To be
on that.
honest, I think
Yeah.
Kishimoto should have been a bit more blunt. It's like, let's see, I remember what you
Karin and
did here.
Sasuke's final talk in part one is good.
I think it's
Karin.
Sakura he was trying to type in there. Let's see,
I mean, unless he's talking about the flashback, but that wasn't.
yeah,
Eh.
but yeah. Anyway,
Well, yeah.
but action speak louder
Though
than
they
words.
did ruin Karin as well, because in the end, Kishimoto kind of turned her more into the anime counterpart,
Oh
where
yeah,
he kind of, because this was something that I was discussing with the Sasukarin fans back then. As I started going more, because I saw the parallelism, then the mirroring, then Narusaku being the young couple, then
Sakura.
Sakukarin being the yin couple, and I was like, nice. So then I went to go back and I saw, oh, Kishimoto, I forgot to give him Byakugan, about Boruto. What
Yeah.
do you know? He made sure to have continuity in the story in such a way that it's not breaking it. He went back to part one and found the moment where he could insert Karin. So give me the, benefit of the doubt here. There are good points to Sasukarin as opposed to Sasusaku.
Yeah, no, I
I'm
think
not saying they're healthy. I'm not saying that. I know they have a skewed dynamic, but sometimes I like to explore the dark part as well.
yeah,
I mean, not every couple is. Yeah.
Lovely,
Yeah.
lovely, light and
Yeah.
shiny, and blah blah.
Sakura and Sasuke here. Yeah, for example, I ship Anakin and Padme, but I know their relationship that is doomed to fail. But yeah,
Oh shit. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, and Naruto says Guidance whole plot with Sado as Karen's daughter was just pointless. Like why? Let's see, I don't know. Perhaps Sado was originally designed to be Karen's daughter, and he just used the design for like
in my opinion, there are two. How should I say? Two facets to this. It's either Kishimoto being completely troll mode, or my theory proves to be true.
I'm gonna say troll on that one because everyone was like, "Well, she looks." But
And then
Or
it's-
maybe her name is Salad.
but yeah,
I'm
let's see.
no, I'm not gonna go there. No.
Karen's
Sorry.
yeah, let's see. That's gonna end the discussion there, but yeah, but arguably the Sasu Karen stuff could be a stream for another time if we.
there's not a
let's see.
lot going there,
see.
but it can be. Yeah.
But yeah, but yeah,
It has its unique weight, though.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Anyway, we've basically discussed our moments, why we did see top and moments. Let's see how let's see our reasons for. But we could also possibly change our moments depending on what we discuss because NaruSaku has so many moments. So yeah, MangaReader, thank you for joining me. It's been great chatting with you again, as well as you, chat. See, I will admit the stream lasted much longer than I expected. I was expecting an hour and 30 minutes, but no, 4 hours and 13, maybe coming to 4 hours 15. This is arguably the biggest stream I've had since discussing Spider-Man No Way Home with all the guys.
That's what you get when you put me in.
Yeah,
I cannot shut up.
But yeah, and I'm hoping.
I think we veered off from the comments.
It's great that I got to have you to be in NaruSaku stream again, particularly NaruSaku. And hopefully I'll see you again for a few other streams because I want to do a Minato one shot with you at some point.
I'm just happy that it wasn't
hopefully
just me and Blue again.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind if you, MangaReader, would like to join that as well. And
I
also
don't know, maybe.
let's see, and also that NaruSaku's stream I talked about of what if NaruSaku became canon, which let's see, that's the first time I've made that public, but yeah. And one last comment, let's be honest now, if NaruSaku did become canon, it would still get beat up by Boruto because it's canon Hinata barely appears, and namely says Saku would have been like that. Well, that will be stuff we'll discuss if we do get to that stream at some point, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, let's see how different it would be. Let's see. Why are you doing? By the way, Blue, why are you doing that chapter 431 for My Hero? I'm gonna do that once Lucky Rave's back because I want to do it with both MangaReader and Lucky Rave. But yeah, Space. Thank you for your comments as well as you, Blood Video Company, as well as some of the other people that did earlier. Though granted, one of them was rather anti-NaruSaku, but nevertheless, allowed us.
Oh well, bad publicity is still good publicity.
Yeah.
So.
And also, yeah, I think his name was Power to 99, and the other guy that briefly did a comment, the Archduke of Brandt. Yes, thank you. I did have a good time in the stream. So yeah, everyone, thank you for your efforts. This has been probably one of my most biggest and ambitious streams yet, and hopefully let's see whether or not other streams will be like this. But for now, let's see. I'm Blue Star Saber.
MangaReader.
Chat.
Let's see. Thank you guys for being on here, and I look forward to seeing you all next time. And yes, I look forward to when let's see, do that stream and all that stuff. But yeah, and but yeah, nice. I watch that episode as well. So yeah, but I'll see you all next time, be it Naruto or something else. But bye for now. We all gotta go.
Stumbling over his words.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Bye for now, everyone.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.